So there's some guy over in Europe or something, and he wrote this script, and he calls it launch. I was asking to people, can somebody just give me? I just want to run my scripts that I wrote and have them uh, come out into the market without me pulling the trigger. So this is a executive uh, executive advisor, office of the executive expert, and this is the um, this is what he came up with. So at the very top here, we have how often is it going to launch these? And at the moment, the way this code is, and I'll send you the link, these numbers don't affect anything. So don't worry about these numbers. I have no idea. Although this was designed to be that the pip range was the trigger for the execution of the script below, which could be as elaborate and ridiculous as you need be. It could be at the market. It could be on limits. It could be on stop entry. Here it's limits. So I have the only one that's turned on right now is a 1K to buy 70 pips below with a stop at 100 pips to make 50 pips because I'm going to get out. I'm sorry, this is a sell. So it's going to place a sell limit every 240 minutes at the moment, 70 pips above. And the expiration is 1 week. That puppy's up there for a week, just waiting for some psycho-rama coming. So you can see by the British pound spiking up 100 pips. If you had a cluster of sell limits up there with a 20 pip stop, 30 pip stop, 10 pip stop, 40 pip stop to make the same or better or even worse. Because if it had a 100 pip stop to make 50, you know you made that. If it spiked up 100 pips, so you're risking $10 to make $5, okay? On one ticket in the market. Now, granted, those trades aren't going to happen very often. That you're going to make that in 1 day, actually in about probably 40 seconds. Because when the markets went into the vacuum, so the Canadian dollar, when I had that chart up and I said, if we take out that low, it's going to be brutal down. But you're into that world of, you can scalp it. You could do the retracement game there. If you had a 70 pip deep, imagine you got a 70 pip deep and you know the Canadian dollar is going to tank next week. You could have this robot, placing in not a weekly order, but every 4 hours. Okay, so there's an order that lasts 15 minutes. It's 70 pips deep. The only way that's going to fill is Psychorama. 100 pip spike. Did you see the Dow? So the Dow is like insane high. Same with Bitcoin. Bitcoin's down $1,000 in 4 hours. $10,000 in like 8 hours or 12 hours. There's a perfect. I'll get to the charts later, but this is the crux of trading: is the risk per hour, exposure. So a constant exposure. If this robot launches every 60 minutes a 70 pip deep order that lasts 1 hour, that means you have a constant risk of here in this case, $3 of risk is out there, possibly going to fill. And the guy that made this comment about, what about this 15-minute expiration? I don't get it. Here's the thing. He talks about risk. It's exposure to probability of risk. Actually, what do you consider risk? When people talk about risk, are you talking about, I guess people talk about losing money. But there's exposure to risk. Risk would exist if I launch this ticket, but if I don't, then there is no risk. And but these are pending orders, which is a different style of trading than like scalping. I think most people could scalp if they babysat the market. Like if you just sit there, here comes the U.S. Open. You can see how the market gets at the bottom of the hour, the top of the hour. You could have, if you're really fast on the draw, and you can get into that trade just before a burst of 10 pips, and you're in 5 standard lots, and you have a good tight spread on your broker, and you can keep doing this trade. Yeah, I would say if you have a double click, you set up the script and you double click it, and that you do that trade. I'd prefer to use the Cherry keyboard and just have a shortcut macro, and you hit the keyboard, and that trading makes good money, real good money, because you're on top of it. You're in. For me, I'm in 1Ks because I can build an 80K in about 3 minutes. Just bing, 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 bing. I'm like, yeah, let's scalp this. Now I could do that trading, and I could also do the pending trading. But I think what everybody's aiming for with these robots, and this is it. To me, MT4 is like a gold mine of experimenting with. I'd say the crudest trading program. This is the crudest trading system in the world right here. This EA, because it's doing a really menial task, and in this case, because there is no filter of this ticket being launched because there's a certain pip range happening, the last bar. This is supposed to be like, an hour ago, what was the ATR or the true range of that bar? We're not going to average the range. We're going to go with real shit. We have a real moving average of one period. We don't trade smooth out nothing here, because if you're going to nail it, if you're going to be that sniper, and it's more like it's not a sniper so much as it's 9 o'clock. You see the clock. You see, and at this point here, I've got up the euro dollar. If I'm scalping, I got the euro up on 3 brokers. I got 3 tick charts, and I got my finger on the trigger, and I can make money. And that's just, you got to get up. You got to do that. Or are you going to be a lazy trader? So the lazy trader, swing trader, he's got the limits in there. Or, like I said, the stuff I'm running, because of the guy over in Britain who wrote the Clevesis, who wrote this, not this one here, but the one that I hand drop limits, that stuff is what I'm running on the demos, because I'm not going to babysit a demo. I'm not going to, like, people are like, well, yeah, but yeah, I know, because I'm telling you as I'm doing it, I'm like, dude, this is like all experimentation. Sure, if you want, obviously, because one guy said, oh, that's just not how you trade. Well, no shit, that's not how really anybody would trade, but on a demo, we all know how, like I said, we all know how to make money trading. What's getting in the way of that would be, I guess, in the instance of forcing a trade, like you think it's going up because there's an uptrend, so you buy. Fuck, this thing's going up by. But it keeps pulling back. But your trend system says, and your trend lines say, this is going up only by. Well, shit, I'm getting clobbered. And I'm a fucking trend trader. What's happening? Well, I mean, if you just keep pulling the trigger at the market every hour because you're in an uptrend, but on that particular day, it's crushing into some vacuum you don't realize exists. Like, I couldn't understand. When people can't understand, like, what the fuck just happened? Like, so the Dow, when I heard the Dow was spiking up, I heard it on the news, Dow was up 400 points, and I thought, wait a minute. Are you fucking kidding me? And then I thought, and I looked at the chart and I go, these people are going to get clobbered. Like, nobody bought into that. It's just, in my opinion, what that is end of the year, end of the month, there's no liquidity. everybody went flat after Dominion installed this. Obviously, there's people that are just saying, "Well, dude, you're gonna do what?" Okay, you got to be kidding. It's like the administration's, you just basically, it's like you drift, You lost your motor. This put up a sail. I don't know. Put up a solar panel. I mean, I don't know if that's affecting the markets, like Corona certainly did. But how do you take advantage of a market that's screaming in one direction? Of course, the problem with being an investor is that the volatility is just, you probably get your statement and go, well, wait a minute. But of course, if the market is a doji at the end of the month, you wouldn't see it on your statement. And the thing about, so this volatility, the wick, okay, in a candlestick, when people talk about candlesticks, it's the fucking wick. That's where the retracement is. I mean, the simplicity of trading. So somebody said, well, everybody wants to make money from these markets. So can you make money from a hammer? Well, fuck yeah. If you see a body, how about this? Just for a gauge of the last known bar of volatility, you have the last bar was 80 pips on the 4-hour chart. And it's a doji. It closes as a doji. Well, you could either stream, you could either start at the wick below that doji, in other words, the edge of the wick on the last bar, there's obviously a vacuum there, and there's one above. But on an inside bar, which is what a doji is, kind of like the thing, it means the volatility dried up. You've only got a few choices there. Are you going to get in at the end of the doji and go, you know what? There's no volatility. We're either going up or down from here. But if you get in after a big bullish bar, there's only two candlestick patterns: a doji or a full shaved candle. That's it. And everything in between. Because what does that say? If it went up for 4 hours screaming up on this robot, if this robot was calibrated to say, if the last bar was up anywhere from 80 to 100 pips, I'm ready. I'm taking that trade. That robot needs the trigger window of what was the last known thing. So that candlestick pattern of just screaming up, or just the volatility. I'm mixing two things up here, but that's when it pulls back, there will be a wick left behind, So you're just watching. It's funny because candlesticks, when I first watched them, I go, well, this is crazy because I can see the open in comparison to the close. We're in a line chart, which I'm running line charts on top of bar charts. All you see is the close. So you're just seeing a beat, but you see a double beat on the candlesticks. You close with a doji, you open with you just opened, and now you're going to still see the open. And you're seeing the history of opens to closes, by the way. You're seeing who won that game. Oh, the bulls in chart, the bears in. Okay, who the fuck cares? Because the volatility is what's going to blow your fucking mind out, on your account. Because all of a sudden, it gets volatile, and what are you going to do? Now they're going to stop you out. If you have a tight stop, you get slippage. I don't know. I'm getting too sidetracked, but let's test these theories because, and this is back testing in a sense. I call this retraced affair. I'm trying to come up with a name for this robot, and this will be in the comments not in the one that I'm gonna post. I guess I should upload the new file, but I won't. But like, you can make this say whatever you want in the comments. This will show up on the platform. I call it retraced affair because my exit is this was at 0. So keeping the name congruent with actually what's going on. Here's another thing, organizational kind of situation. But all that matters, if you're but if you have a team of robots, imagine you've got 10 bots out there. You have a Well, I would just start to add tickets to this. If the account got bigger, I'd be like, well, let's put in a entry at a different level. We're going to buy it 70 pips, 90 pips. There's 2 tickets in there. We can test that all day long and see, you know what, that does pretty good actually. Not all the time. And I would babysit this robot. I'm not going to let this thing just go. I'm not going to, actually, if this had a range, a filter on it, you wouldn't have to babysit it. But I have to babysit it now because for the demo, if I'm going to run it with real money, because if I see we're not making our target and I look at the chart and I go, thanks for filling me, robot. It's 70 pips deep because I ain't got time for that shit. And you filled me on a 2-hour ticket that just happened to be, and this is the other qualifier about this expiration, is that the critical situation is the rate of change. If the market's dropping like a crazy lunatic, which, you know, this is what it looks like because it's happening so rapidly. And when we test this robot, I'm going to test it here in a minute, believe it or not, that when the market's dropping, and this is why I wrote the tickets like this. So here's center point. Here's where you're at. When this robot drops, this is where prices are at. So if the market should spike up and make it to 70 pips, and these could all be handles, you could turn all these on, and it's going to pick all this up, and I can make this martingale, so to speak. The guy was saying martingale doesn't work. Nothing works. It works if you know how to work it. Like, it's going to make more money, martingale, but everything has to have a money management threshold. And if you're making money on martingale and then you have a filter on that and you're scalping while these robots are trading, this is what I'm going to just go to. I put actually real money in with these kind of scripts running on 6 pairs. I'm not kidding. And I look down and this is just right when this psychosis happened, right? Well, we knew they're going to crush the dollar through the floor there. And did you see the retracement on the yen? So that was a swing trade I built into down there, and just, you finally make your money on these things, but of course now that's punishment, right? You're going to be underwater. You're not a scalper. You're an investor, really. But we finally retrace. And when we broke the trend line there, when you see things start to unfold, you probably want to get on the 1-hour chart and go, you know what? We got a long way to go. And I guess you can become a trend trader there, but see, the problem with your moving averages, they're not going to fucking catch up to that stuff until the no nonsense people ain't going to, they don't even know what's going on yet. You know, this is like the people who wear masks, you know. I mean, I don't know if they're wearing it because they want to go to fucking jail, but dude, let it go. Okay, I guess it's the new normal. Okay, then fuck that. I don't know. Don't get me started, but if the market should drop down here also, because the robot's only seeing range, he only sees volatility, is his filter for placing these orders. And if this is a 4-hour chart, and these are 4-hour tickets, that means that the market needs to drop. Well, if I should have put the buy limit at 100 pips, so we could say that it dropped 100 pips in 4 hours, so it's dropping how many pips per hour? Now, granted, these trades rarely come up because if I run this order here and it only lasts 15 minutes, I will get no trades in the robot. When we run the strategy tester, it'll just go, we're done. There's nothing here to see. It never gets a trade. If I put that order in 10 pips deep for 15 minutes, market drops down. 10 pips deep. I got one here, 20 pips deep for 2 hours away, and on and on. I can actually have a robot that runs the 1 hour, 2, 3, 4, and each one of them is another 10 pips deep. So that's 10 pips an hour, right? If the market is capable of that, and if you look back on your charts, you'll see the market's capable of creating a wick. Well, this is the standard candlestick thing. So this actually is kind of this would have made money at the end of a doji. So the market would have spiked up, spiked down, and if you're trading in a real Forex account, you end up in both of these being up if they haven't hit their targets, but they would have hit their targets. They cross through this window. But then you could engage this one. If this one lasts a week and this one lasts a week, then it could actually come and fill both of these in one day, right? You go through this trade and then come up there. And then the exposure, risk per hour, exposure to risk per hour. And this is the point, is that if that ticket lasts 15 minutes, how close to the market is it? So that's kind of like auction, this is the options way people make money in options. So the guy that had that, he wrote that call on the pound, he got clobbered. He's just like the natural gas guy. He just got clobbered. He's got to make it back or whatever, reformulate. But that's how your eggs in one basket. If you're swing trading over here and you're scalping here and you got the swing trading and the scalping and you're a full-time trader, you should be able to make money. Of course, you need the time to do that. You have to be punched in to the markets, but that's the fun, it's wild. It's the Wild West. There's no limits in Forex. There's no regulation. It's raw, over the counter, and that's another reason why. Look at the British pound. After it pulled back, there was a bunch of trading going on at the end of the day on Friday there, because it's the end of the month too. So that's all closed out. Now you go to March. Now you go to tax season. This new administration, this new regime, that's basically just an autopilot of stupidity. The markets are going to come on. Well, they maybe settled down a little bit now because of this spike, but there's going to be a drift, I suppose. And I said to my friend that I think Bitcoin's going to live in a range now like gold did. When gold spiked to 2,000 and you took Bitcoin to 55,000, it's going to be hard to take out 55,000. You look at the engulf pattern on the Dow Jones, you go, wow. Dow Jones is a doji there. You're like, whew, that bomb went off. So also a doji pattern to me just means a bomb went off for anybody that was in with too tight a stop. Anybody that is in the market running like a 5-pip stop. I mean, you don't even notice. The thing about scalpers, if you're scalping in Asia, I met this guy that in Australia that he scalps Asia. And I go, yeah, I can scalp Asia. It's beautiful. It's easy. It's quiet. Tight stops. It's predictable. Spreads are a little wide. Get a good broker. Yeah, it's a nice way to make an easy buck. Actually, when the U.S. market's open, if you're in a swing trade, if you're holding a position during that situation, you go, you know what? I'm underwater, but not now. I'm up so big on this trade. So if you have this really wide stop, you have 100. These fundamental traders, they have a 300 pip stop. I met this guy, a 200 pip stop. I'm like, wow, dude, that's crazy. How big can you trade? Now, I don't mind having a 100 pip stop on 40 tickets. Yeah, let them come after me a little bit, try to stop me out. But man, when I first write my scripts, I put 400 pip stops on them, and I ran real money. Because I don't want to get stopped out. I thought, why even put a stop on it? And I would just destroy the account, because that was the first script, because I would just trade normally at the market. Like it was down, I just get in, and I'd ride the swing, because I knew I could do it. I didn't care if I lost the account. It was only a $300 account, but then this is how Samurai Trader trades. That's one style of trading. Dude, I'm risking $300. We're getting in the fucking pound here. We're going to sell every 50 pips with no stop, on limits, demo account, no take profit, just right mouse click, limit. Anybody could do that. I could do that. I could show that on a demo, but would you do that? Is that work? Yeah. Fuck yeah. You got to deposit the money. You got to put the limits in. You got to hope they don't blow you up. But you know what? You say you get that account up to like $1,000 or $2,000. And Samurai Trader knows this. You be like, dude, what do you do now? Well, you can start off with a $200 account and start the whole thing and just sit there, and you could probably live off of, for a while, off of blowing up 3 more accounts and still have money. And learn that, you know what? My accounts might stop. It's no fucking difference. This 2%, when people talk about 2%, apparently they've got like a fucking gob of money in this account. But if you have a gob of money, why are you trading? I don't get it. I don't understand it. So trading to me is about making money from the markets with as little money as possible. Who's buying one Bitcoin? Who's buying Berkshire Hathaway at $150,000 a share? Who's buying this shit? Well, I'm long. Really? You're only be long in the stock market unless you have margin. So you have margin here. So we're taking advantage of 1,001 leverage. We're just taking advantage of the whole situation. And I don't want my money wrapped up in this shit. I'm gonna fucking be holding goddamn. Somebody's telling me because I know somebody that's in the stock market, and they said, yeah, the fucking Elon Musk company, I can't remember the name of it is, Tesla. Oh, they're up there down. I'm like, dude, that looks like fucking the most illiquid. I mean, that's nutty. That's a nutty market, and that their limits would just kill it. But the problem with that is you call your broker, stockbroker, would you put a sell limit for me up on a Tesla at X with a target here and a stop there? They'd be like, are you kidding me? How many tickets do you want? Oh, could you do 140 tickets like that for me, please? Because I want to scale in and scale out. So that's probably not going to go over too well. That's why MT4 is the fucking answer. Because you can I did it. I can't believe I did it because I was looking at this thing on my phone and I go, fuck, I'm up $20. I mean, I would never trade the euro versus the Australian, but the euro was screaming up. I got a little heavy. I ran a 1 hour script that lasts for 2 hours. It should have been a 1 hour script that lasts for 1 hour. So I have a constant exposure and I would know exactly what I'm risking. So the answer to the question of risk, I could give you the risk on this robot. Possible risk per hour. It may not fill, but if it does, the worst case scenario is every hour it launches this ticket and it gets stopped out for the rest of its life. Okay, can the market really keep moving in one direction like that? If this robot's throwing in limits that are 2 hours expiration and they're 100 pips deep, I could test that. And I can actually see that the market, without looking at the charts, I can go, obviously the market must have dropped at one point in time, and this is constantly dropping this ticket, right? And I know this could, I know when the volatility is high, break out the high volatility bots, and that's what this is going to do. Now, to manually place orders that may never fill is ridiculous. You might as well just scalp. You may as well just babysit the market and trade because you're never going to make money. It's like, I don't know, no nonsense Forex people have to ride trends because they have to be in the market for 5 days. Now, if you're not in big on that trade, it's not going to bother you. But then that's the other question. Why do you want to wrap up your money in the margin? If you're scalping, you have free margin. I mean, if you just got stopped out, well, you got free margin, let's go back in. You're a high frequency trader, or are you going to sit on the sidelines? Now, this is the big thing, discrepancy between people saying, well, that trading system is bullshit because, well, it's only because you can't, that style of trading is you're never going to be able to do it. You're never going to feel comfortable. And having a pending order out there that has an expiration time makes me feel more confident because now I feel like, you know what? No matter what happens, I don't care what the fuck they do to the pound or the euro or the bitcoins. Now, in the Bitcoin instance here, who built a robot or who's placing orders that are fucking they're on the $1,000 handles. They last for just the right amount of time that I don't get. What's the chance of that? Every day you're launching those, and finally you get a fill. The robot's been launching that, and I don't know if the broker's going to say to you, "Are you going to put a trade on or what?" I don't even know if, that could be a problem. So some of these things are theoretical, and of course, here I'm going to do a back test. And another thing on this, we're going to get results that look good and bad, but if you are going to override this robot in the sense that whatever position he finds himself in at the end of the day, you're going to close all open and pending, say, just before the close, before the spreads get bad. Because then you're going to be in a worse drawdown on some brokers that have a ECN floating spread than you are on a fixed pip broker. So you're going to have to intervene or tell the robot, or you have another EA that comes on top and says, we're closed. And I'm sure there's an EA out there, but I'm really afraid of all EAs. I've never run an EA with real money because I just didn't have any confidence that I thought, no, I'm sorry. Nobody's driving my car. I'm not buying an auto drive car. I'm not buying an auto drive wife or whatever they got next. Well, that might be good, but it's just not. It's not in the, I couldn't imagine it. But see, this is the problem people have is that they say, I want to make money and I want to make money trading. And I think, all right, what can you risk per week? And I could have a robot. So I'm approaching that stage where I'm going to do this with real and fake money simultaneously. Of course, I with the real money, I'm not going to trade as heavy. But I think my system is better than Ryan Brown because what he's doing is, and I do have his robot, by the way, and the settings and all that. See, that's a settings-based thing, and this is a settings-based thing, but this is more static, and I'm not going to rely on this for all my trading because I still want to trade when the market's open. In other words, I want to be there to trade at the market if need be, and this is when I don't get filled on my limits, I got to step in at the market. And that's kind of where it's a little bit less. You can't backtest that because you're like, okay, we're up 100 pips. Get out the 100 pip stops. If I have in my rack, but if I don't, this is why everyone's missing out on these trades because if you heard the Dow Jones was up 400 points and you had a platform to pull a trigger to get in on a ticket in a small position and go, you know what? That's fucking nuts. Let me get in. Even when it's down 400, you hear this shit on the news. Market's down 1,000. You know what? Let me buy a little bit of that. It's down again another 300 the next day. Buy a little bit. Okay, stop buying. If it goes up, don't buy. Hold the spike. Hold the end of the wick. Comes back to the doji, you're out. Trade's over. Fucking great high probability trade. Now, the only thing that's the risk part is, well, did you buy one ticket or did you scale in? Now, if you scale in a group, you knew it was coming, you dropped that script, that rack of orders that I've been running in the videos lately, that thing, fucking pure gold. You just scalped that wick. You're a fucking genius. How many wicks do you see like that? Look at your charts. Not many. What do you do the rest of the time? You go trend trade, I guess. In other words, you go scalp. Yeah, so in the background, and this all or nothing thing people have is just amazing. They got the signal, they got the thing, they got the setup, they got the finger in the trigger. They're in two standard lots. I'm scalping. I got an 8 pip stop, and I'm risking 2% of my account. I got the setup. Okay, it looks good. Psst, pull the trigger. Are you nuts? Like, I don't know how. I mean, I guess you could. But that seems like pressure to me. That's stressful. I kind of want it to be, hey, look at that. I got filled this dumbass robot that I told to buy. Because I was thinking of hiring somebody, of course, somebody that's cute, that would place orders for me. And I went on Craigslist so naive. Hey, anybody want to? What? Oh, man, that's a scam. Okay, bye-bye. And that's why I do the videos, because it's like, listen, only people that care about, I guess it's open source. So I'm not selling anything. So all my stuff's open source. That's how I got this, right? Some guy gave me this, I gave them that. Because we're all going to die. I've said this before. Nothing matters. Right? So you can win or lose money, and people, oh, I'm in Bitcoin. And I'm honestly, when people talk about Bitcoin's been around so long, when they start talking about it, I'm like, they're really going to bid it up to 50. I'm like, holy shit. Now, I'm not selling into that, by the way. In my mind, I am. And if I was selling into it, when the market went nuts the first time, that's the filter that this robot would say, oh, it's going to be like that, huh? We're going to put in the 70 pips away. We're going to put in the 150 pips deep orders that last for a day. I ain't got time for this. Now, the people that have a, I'm trying to build this, and I talked about it so many fucking times, so I finally got to build it. I'm going to do it with this robot's running the demo. And then I'm going to I've got to layer these. So you have a known risk. And this way you can do risk per week. I'm risking $50 a week. And I have to put that on a cloud, I guess, because the computer has to be open and running for these EAs to run. So I guess you got to get a little cloud to do a strict analysis. But I'm gonna just let my computer run, turn it off on the weekends, let it take a break, get drunk. But you know, this thing here. So I was running on the laptop, and I put a 15-minute script on top of my 1 hour drops that were lasting 2 hours. So literally every hour it's dropping. It's funny because I could see it was about to get filled, and I'm like, oh, I could take that off on my phone, you know. So you can manage. I can manage them. It's doing what I would never be able to do myself, is stay awake all night, every hour, keep dropping the same dumb shit script. And of course, it's going to be trolling for these anomalies. It's picking up the wick, and if it's making, well, hopefully at least a chunk of money, because these theories, in other words, I could show you where if I put the orders in deep and they last long, makes good money, right? Because it's at the crest of the wave. When the market's going up, 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 and these things have been stacking, and the beauty of this robot, here's the most amazing thing, by the way, is that because this thing is launching based on current prices, it's mirroring it. It's like Bollinger Bands. Like, the market goes up, well, the limits are being placed up here, right? So the market's going up, and they're stacked and racked, and they last a week, and then the market spikes and it retraces. Holy shit, especially if it starts getting partially filled here. And when it dies out, it doesn't care about anything other than the beauty of the market, this robot. That's the whole point of my channel, simple, right? Simple is the key to life. Are you awake or asleep? That's a binary thing. Of course, when I'm sleeping, I'm having better dreams sometimes. And to me, this MT4 is just amazing. And the fact that you can just run this raw script is hilarious, because most robots are like, well, what is the ATR? What is the... actually, I wanted this to have it, but it's almost better this way, because now, maybe we could add that later, but it doesn't get any rawer than this. And this is running every hour. And I could put the filter on, because there'll be volatility. So when London opens, I could make this so when London opens, it's going to be crazy. It's running the 15-minute scripts, and I'm going to have to do that. I'll have to tell it, listen, run half hour, 1 hour, 1 hour deeps, 30-minute deep, 30-minute expirations that are 50 pips deep. You might get filled, and that's going to be a very momentary move, because the market's coming down. the only reason that ticket got filled, that robot took that trade, is because it got down there in 30 minutes, which means at that rate of change, is that sustainable or could it retrace? So in that case, the 15-minute robot needs to have, for the London Open robot, I guess you could call it, or it's going to come on, right? It would be the you could call it that, and it could be calibrated to the British pound, or we call it the London Open pound bot, because it's going to come in with orders up here, right, on the 15 minutes that are ridiculous, and now the targets, you can write a soft stop, or you can write a hard stop, or you can make each one of these their own little trades. So there's a stop for this, and a target, stop for this, and a target's right. So each one of these tickets can be, oh gosh, the market comes down. You can make it so that instead of capturing this whole move with a master stop and then scalping out, and it would be a retracement, return to fair value situation. And of course, it's a half-hour scheme. I mean, these are unique trade plans that the robot's going to be launching for you while you're sleeping. So I'm gonna run that one, the half hour. I make it a half hour bot. And I've done enough testing on this to know I can almost tell you, I've tested this thing 10,000 times, this robot. I'm not kidding you, because I just go, let's do an edit, test. And I look at it and I go, I can almost guess how many fills I'm going to get if this expiration goes from an hour to 2 hours. If these tickets are stacking up, mind you, as the market's dropping, every hour it's dropping a script that lasts 2 hours. So it's based on the contour of the market. It's front running the market by X. So here I'm going to use the timing on this as my volatility. I know there's volatility when the U.S. market's open. I know there's no volatility in Asia. So this robot wouldn't run in Asia. But you could scalp in Asia. And this is answers the question of, well, the best of both worlds. You can scalp or skim. If you're in a tight spread broker, you're literally going to be chasing the market with a hotkey. I did it on Friday. I'm like, dude, this market, like, you can't trade a market that is on the euro dollar. You could scalp and skim the hell out of the euro dollar all day long. That's something you could do. You could also have pendings on the British pound on a separate account, hopefully. You have some schlock broker, nano account, you got fucking grids in there, you don't care about that. Robot's dropping that shit all day long. Nobody wants to. I kind of want to babysit the market, though. I love the price action. I love that bottom of the hour stuff where it's easy to make money there. High probability windows, you have to be there for it. Most people are at work. 9:30 is not, when the market's open, if you live in Eastern Standard Time, you can't fucking trade that shit. Now, you could see it and go, holy shit, why didn't I sell the Dow when it was up 400 points? Damn, that was so obvious. It's such a ridiculous price. Unfair value. The British pound, unfair value. 100 pips up, 100 pips down. Did you see it? Dude, at the end of the day, people don't even realize that was up 100, up down 100. Now, the robot that sees that and goes, oh, that's my trade. I'm coming in on that on 30 minutes. Based on, so I'm sure people have thought about what I'm saying, and maybe not. What I think I'm saying is fucking amazing, of course, because I thought of it, but I don't hear anybody else talking about it. And the whole idea this came from me placing my first pending order. It was 120 pips deep on the euro versus the yen, and now euro versus yen bot would be fucking getting in like that. 120 pips deep with a 30 pip stop to make 60 pips, and you're not there for it. And there's a series of those orders in there. You're scaled in. Some of them got 20 pip stops to make X. But I ain't gonna sit there and launch that shit. In the videos I'm launching, and I'm not walk away. come back and people are like, you blew up the account. I'm like, you kid, right? Really? Oh, you blew up that engine you were testing. You're kidding. No, we ran it on the dyno. And anybody blow up a race car lately? So yeah, you're on the bleeding edge of, let's see what we can do here. And obviously when I'm scalping and I'm on the fucking thing, I'm showing you how to scalp and make money. And I can do that, right? I could sit there and go, all right, here comes the obvious, 9:30 in the morning. Here we go. Yeah, let's get in here. Okay. Yeah, look at here you made your whatever money. And you could actually, from the rest of the day, you could after the Dow Jones opens, it's very frantic. There's a whole reconciling of accounts leading into. So when the euro and the pound are dropping into the news or whatever, we just see this. There's a lot of up and down on the way down to the target. So the ranging, I know that people are riding the trend or the swing, but inside that, there's all the tradable stuff. If you have the wherewithal, you got the ticket, you got the hotkey ready, and you can, because you got to get in and out. I'm sorry, you built a position of say 10 or 40K, and you're trapped under this auction floor I talk about. You're an unfair value. You've built a position. You're waiting to either get stopped out or have it retraced. And when it retraces, you get out. And you just keep doing that trade over and over again from the buy and sell side. Or you just see, you know what, that is going to go up. I can get on that trade. It is going to engulf. So it's about getting in and out. A swing trader is going to hold the position, and they're going to say, oh, just keep adding to a loser. I'm going to martingale into this. I'm going to make so much fucking money, you're not going to believe it. I'm sure somebody, when Bitcoin went to 50,000, they go, that's crazy. I'm selling anything above that, and I'm just going to hold. And then finally, a week later or whatever, after the dojis, you got a doji and this guy's rich, right? He's sold into that wick. So the retail thing is, and this is the kind of the thing I cringe every time I see somebody with the moving average trading system. There was a guy just explain how a lot of people make a mistake with the moving average crossover system. They get in at the crossover. Well, duh, that would be ridiculous. But isn't that what it's called, moving average crossover system? I mean, why even bother to wait that fucking long? How about I put a 1 period moving average on a fucking 5 period moving average, and every time it dips below the 5, fucking buy. Dude, I can show you the fucking easiest goddamn moving average trading system. You take a 1 hour chart, you put a 5 period moving average on there, you put a 1 period moving average. Every time the 1 period is below the 5, fucking buy it. How many times can you do that trade? Well, you get a lot of signals. And you're going to cost you maybe 23%, but you're making 70%. You're right 80% of the time. And I could trade like that, and I could post that and go, look at my fucking win rate, buddy. Okay, what does win rate matter when it comes to money? It doesn't matter, because you got to be big. You got to be doing a lot of trading there. It's a lot of work. You're going to do it, right? A robot can't do that. I don't think a robot could scalp. There's no fucking way. Well, I guess what am I saying? But that robot's working hard. This robot's just placing limits and walking away. Every hour it does a dumb shit. And this is a market maker approach. We're going to get in at unfair value just because. So let's go to the test here. And naturally, all this stuff is, you have to, I would say the EA is almost a great way to make you feel confidence in, if you're afraid to place a limit down there that lasts for X, hey, no problem, but why not just have the robot do it, for God's sakes, And then it'll give you trust in that that exists. That's actually a winning trade plan, or that's a strategy that works. And the only thing that makes it winning, I suppose, is the in other words, making money. But it's about then people talk about consistent trading. This would be a very consistent approach, but you're not going to win every trade. So you may make 50% of your money or 100% of your money, but how much money is that? Is that $500? So yeah, you could make, and like Samurai, anybody can make, you can make a fucking 3,000% of your money. Imagine you bought, in the guy that was talking about the yen. Hey, how's that dollar yen trade doing? Well, if you just bought every week without a stop, every bearish candle on the weekly yen without a stop, you bought a 1K, and people go, I can't believe you're fucking buying that. I go, I can't believe you're not. This is a swing trade, buddy. There's a big difference between that and a guy that's going to come into the markets like me on 5 p.m. and go, market's up, man, let's go. It's obvious what's going on here. We can scalp this. We can put tight limits in. We can put limits really close to the market. The market comes in, cash out, in, out. Now, you got to get out when you get into the seller's window if you went long. And when you sell and you know that you're in the unfair value, you got to get out. This is for scalpers, short-term traders. Because what's the point of you turning that into a swing trade when it's really a scalp? And you can see the big picture. What's the point? Now, the beauty of this robot, it doesn't see the big picture in a sense. I'm just telling it to do the most menial task. And it's free. If I'd have hired somebody to do this, my God. And then they overslept. They didn't put the orders in. So the robot's going to be our trading assistant here. And it's going to make us some money. I think we can make more money by analyzing the markets and seeing the traps and putting in hand-placed pendings and key zones as opposed to just, yes, of course, if you just shotgun, somebody said, just throw shit out there and hope it sticks. Yeah, pretty much, because you can make money from that, but you couldn't make all your money from that because you're never going to get that fill on that beautiful spike in the Bitcoin ever again. I guarantee you, if you see that, it's going to take about 3 years to get that. And the setup to the spike is for that spike, it's the unfair value that you crush into eventually. The setup for the, the setup for the burst of that is the quiet market. The people that built a position, if you've built a position in a quiet, at the end of the doji, it's time to build a position for either direction, or it could be a hedge. You built a buy, sell, tight stops, whichever way it breaks, boom. That leg makes money. Because if the targets are bigger than the stops, and of course you're paying for that, but your probability and your risk is known, except for the slippage, your risk is known every time you keep building that trade. Then people would ask, of course, well, should I trade like that? You could, but you could trade all these things. You could have limits in there. You could swing trade it. You could scalp it. You could put on hedges, but then do you have the time to do that? And why are you doing it? Do you love trading? I do. So do you like technology? Do you like taking advantage of things? I mean, the robots are just taking over, man. If you don't build your own robot at this point, do we really want to babysit the market? Do we really want to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and trade? Well, there's a lot of excitement going on there. And if you can make money from the market movement, it's kind of fun news. And you hear the Dow's up 400 points and you're looking at the chart and you're just going, wow, if I only had my Dow Jones script here, which I don't, and if I only had a finger if I had a tablet in front of me and I just, like you're in a movie, you look down, oh, look at that, yeah, put that trade on, okay, well, what are you saying? I just sold I just put a trade on. And so, but it's if you come into next week now, it's a new month. A lot of people that don't like volatility are going to come in. And there probably won't be the kind of nuttiness because we've closed out the monthly charts. How about that monthly wick on the Bitcoin? Now we will have a doji, or we will have a inverted hammers on stuff now. I'm sure we know in our minds if you're trading, if you're into the markets, you kind of like picture in your mind these like the Corona wick. I'm sure on the monthly, I don't have to bring it up, but on the NASDAQ weekly charts, the Corona wick, I'm sure it's amazing. Somebody said on a video, hey, can you talk about that hammer on the British pound? I mean, there's these 3 dojis on the British pound, okay? You look at these things, man, on the monthly. This is when Soros stepped in and punished the pound. Now, there was something was going to happen there. You could have put a hedge on there, but were your targets really designed? This is another thing, is that even if you were long the pound, if you got into that pound trade thinking, this is going to break out, man, this is fucking, we're going to come into the abyss, and it's going to be insane. Let's go long. What the fuck? Was your target at 100 pips? I don't know if I would have been sitting there waiting for that moment to pull the trigger on that. So the breakout traders definitely made money on that. The pending breakout stop entry traders, you got me there. I'm not a stop entry guy, but boy, putting a buy stop at the top of that stuff, and I don't know why I don't like that trade, but with targets and a tight stop, that made money. And maybe I would do that, but it's a little bit too much work, because when you do a buy stop entry like that, is the robot placing that? Because if he is, he's going to get chopped. He's still going to get chopped. And it's really it's not a market. It's not it's a continuation. Okay, I feel like you should already be long the market. I don't think I want to chase it on stops. If that's the case, I'm pulling the trigger at the market. If I think they're about to break out, I would build a long position into what I thought was going to break out, because as soon as it breaks out, it could just break out a little bit and then engulf and then just come flying back, right? If there's nobody takes interest in that price up there, if there's nobody on their side of trade up there, it's going to dip into that vacuum and it's going to rip all the way back, and it's going to, at the end of the day, you're going to be like, oh, I should have sold there. And this is the big discrepancy between, well, do I buy or sell? How do I get in? Should I get in? Is there a signal? Did you build an algorithm? Did you backtest? Now, I guess this is an algorithm. I don't know. Yeah, I backtested this, and of course, there's the settings are so crude. That's the power. So the robustness is the fact that it doesn't need a Dominion system to get a socialist regime officially installed. It doesn't need that. All the people like, hey man, you better come up with some fake ballots, bitch. We are so underwater on this Trump trade. Holy shit, this guy fucking. The Soros of the ballot pie. He took over. He just crashed the whole market, and he's still the only. What is going on? We knew this was going to happen. I actually didn't think Joe was this competent. He could actually go off on a rant and kind of just say stuff with confidence, and then the next moment be completely clueless. Come on, man. Just because you were in office, that's the credibility. It's like artwork that looks really shitty, but it's done by a really famous guy. It's worth a lot of money, or it's not pleasing to look at. People are like, I don't get that. Can we look at something a little more, I don't know, geometric than splattered paint? But of course, this is the whole art world. It's another world. But this is the nice thing about finance. Like this is very objective way to make money. The problem with making money from, say, your salesperson, you got to persuade people. You got to be, you got to have a firm handshake, certain look in the eye. In the trading world, that I find to be the funnest part about it is that, wow, just me in the market. Market doesn't know I exist. I'm kind of just, I guess, a voyeur. And can I make money from this? I just uploaded your thing I taped. But people are making money. People are making money selling courses and like, this is how you trade. And I'm a coach. I'm a mentor. I suppose, yeah, it's a lot of responsibility. I guess you want to be paid for that. But then you got that relationship that you got to maintain that now. Okay. And I'm just too, I guess, selfish. I don't really want to have to do all that. And I just can't imagine, it's such a burden. And, how much effort really. It does seem to me that the daunting task that I first approached the trading with was read the book, How to Trade a Moving Average Crossover System, right? And then if that wasn't enough, people put on top of that, well, after you get this pattern, some guy bought a course for $2,000 or $500. He was telling me about. After you get that moving average crossover, and you're in a bullish market, and blah blah blah, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go to the drop down another time frame and find a candle that is an engulfing candle, which is just a hammer on another time frame, and then we're going to get it. What about buy stop above it? We got confirmation entry. Now this is the most classic fucking, and everybody's selling this course, and you have to ask yourself, well, okay, but you mean I gotta babysit the fucking candlestick too? Why can't I just go, you know what? We're in an uptrend. Throw some buy limits in. Who gives a fuck? Actually, I have a script called the trend. It's called the trend buy. It buys in a trend on limits, so it keeps launching, or you'd have to launch it. Unless I put it in here, I just have to install it here and become part of this. But it's just running a half-hour limits, and the market's going up, or you just assume it's going up, and you just have to make these assumptions. It's technically an uptrend. After the wick, after the spike, okay, we see the smash down beneath the floor, comes back, and then it starts to go up. Now it's going up. Right after you think the market has made it's a hammer underneath the floor, and you say, I think it's going up. Okay, just start running this thing, and all it does is buy on dips. It just has a bunch of orders in there. Now it may be running a constant 50K of risk and unique tickets. And what is the fill rate? I could test that here. What is the fill rate? I know the total risk if it fills every ticket. Now that's a hardcore that is a, what do they call it? End of the world thing. And that is a number for certain. That's like, you're done. What's the chances the market keep tanking? Maybe it does. And if you see that coming, you'd turn off that robot. So the robot's not completely left on its own. And when Ryan Brown was testing his robots, he would intervene on them. And they go, oh, fuck, it was going to make money, and I intervened on it. His robot was so complex that you shouldn't have intervened on it because it was doing analysis for you and doing all those decisions, where here, a static robot that you plug in like a plug-in, right, on your computers, or a video card. It just does one thing. It's not, you can turn it on and off. It's not the whole thing. Like there's this robot called the Holy Grail. It was called the Blessing, right? And I ran it and tested it, and it could make money. It was impressive. You'd see impressive results. It's only because it just happened to queue up. Everything just, the stars aligned for that robot during that phase. But in this case, this is static, hardcore, level 2 trading, level 3. This is putting markets in orders in at levels and capturing that. And as the market's dropping, and you're front running the market with orders that last 2 hours, and they're dropping every 2 hours, that, and you see the markets. Like if I look over the market, I go, oh shit, let's just turn on in my case, I would turn on the buy limit bot and a sell limit bot. In this case here, what I'm doing is testing the buy and sell limit at the same time, just to kind of, I don't know, I could turn off one leg of this. Actually, I should. And I could pick a part of the market I think is dropping. And I go, you know what? We're going to run just these. Now, this is when it becomes a blend between, say you've got what you do is you save a template called the name of the script. The name of this EA is the name of your template. When you put that template up, be careful, because if you save templates that have robots built into them, you could just wipe out an account, or you could do trades you don't want to do. So be careful, because I just loaded one on Real Money accidentally. I had a template because I imported everything from the other platform, from the demo into the, be careful, never put demo shit into the Real Money. So, and I look over, oh yeah, so that is a nice saver, and also having that on another, demo or another account, another platform, another broker, so you can be like, okay, this is going on right now. I know what I know what I want to do today. I want to buy in dips. Let me just put in my fucking 2-hour troller bot, go to work. I know this fucker's going to pick up some buy limits for me. It's going to cash out. It's going to do what I perceive to be coming is a nice gentle trend. Let's put the 15-minute tight bot in, and let's just pick stuff up. And if I'm seeing it on my tablet, and I see this robot's got in too big, he got in over his head, and structurally in the market, I know this is never going to hit my target. And I have multiple targets. Just look at look at how powerful this is. I could have all these schemes running layered, and it's so the half hour got to fill, and I can make the comment. So I could, at the end of the day, I could do an analysis. I don't know if anybody's into this stuff, but I could say, I could have a printout and go, look at this fucking half hour bot's killing it. We got to give this guy a raise. Like every time, he's getting the best fills. Because if he's buying, and trust and believe, if it's the London Open, he's going to get filled at 50 pips deep on the British pound, probably. It might even blow it up. But if he doesn't, and the ratios are good on this one particular slot, people talk about risk. Imagine this is to your account or your net equity, 0.00001% risk just on this. And if it gets picked up and you didn't have to place that, of course, you had to start that bot, run that template, turn on that computer, have a cloud system. That's going to be what you do there, and so, but that's not, let's say you wouldn't never manually do this system. This is what the EA is going to be used for here. Because I've always had the dream of the EA. Most people do have the EA dream. I know Ryan Brown keeps writing these EAs. I don't know if he knows I exist, but I trolled him a few times. I made a comment, but I know, like, kind of curious to talk to him, but I don't know if we'd agree on some stuff there, but about the robots, because, well, maybe you think, oh, that's a great idea, and I don't know, because he might say it's ridiculous, but he's got his indicator that he trusts. He built the indicator, and he goes, oh, I know this, or MACD crossover. When you buy, when you get MT4, there's a free robot in there called MACD, and it just does a crossover, and it gets in, and you can see how it would make money sometimes, but it's all about the settings there. And I don't understand why the settings have double things in there, but you know how they have it like, oh, this column and that. Which one do I fill up? It's the so that's too much. That's too much work. I like this where I know what's going on. I can see under the hood of this thing all times. I know exactly what it's doing. So go for the strategy tester. And so I kept modifying this, and this one's called 50 by 10. So I'll just turn off this upper script by, wait a second. I got to get my trusty keyboard out. Okay, so we're going to do for the view strategy tester. Oh, wait. Where's my strategy tester at? I changed my color scheme, so now I can't see stuff. Great. Okay. Wait a second. So this is This is one of the last tests I did. I had a problem with the color scheme here. Is I know it's hard to read this stuff because MT4 is using Windows colors, and so to be able to read edit the scripts here, I don't know if you could even see what I had up there because you have to highlight it. I can't get this to have this black means I can't see the results of everything. So that's a problem. That's why I had to get the colors to look like this for this chart. And you can see the equity is the red line, the balance is the blue. So it goes underwater, and then it cashes out. Because it comes back to fair value, you can see what it's doing. Let's go for the settings. Now the robot, what I do is I keep on taking this ticket launcher, I'm calling it, and we can watch it in visual mode, or we can so we can watch it trade here. Now the settings, that's the key, the settings. So let me I change the settings, then I compile it. Now here's another one. Now this is called, wait a second, this is called what's the name of this one? Actually, I gotta name these things. It's hidden under my what's the name of this guy here? My recorder's on top of the things. I can't read it. Oh, it's just called Ticket Launch. So this is the original Ticket Launch. Duh. And this one I could recompile this over and over, keep changing the settings and kind of seeing what it does. This is actually launching every 15 minutes. So, like I say, these don't affect anything, so don't worry about this. This would affect, I'm pretty sure. I'm going to test that. I normally just run it all the time because, what if there's something in the middle of the night? I don't know. I don't want to worry about, I don't know. I guess I could change that. That probably would make more money. Well, launch less tickets, less punishment for the broker. But so every 15 minutes, I was putting in orders that last a week. Now, can you imagine that? What do you think that would do? And so we can find out right now. We're going to find out, well, what the hell would that do to the markets if we were to run this script? So it's ticket launch. Every 15 minutes, it's going to put in orders. And I'm just going to run crude playback for speed purposes because I don't want to do every tick. And we could do that later, but if you really cared. Not too much of a difference, actually. I did both, and it's not like one's really killing it and the other one's getting killed. Where's my ticket launch? What's not here now? Oh, you know why? Because that is, yes, unfortunately, that is what I downloaded, and then I opened it up. And it opens up, MetaTrader opens up, it's not connected to this MetaTrader. Here, how about this one? This is a fair value, 8-hour tickets. So I'm not going to test what I was just talking about, that 1K. I'm going to go right into this concept of getting in from 50 to 80 pips with a 100 pip stop. The tickets last for 8 hours. It's a 6K in total value. Now, I have to make sure the settings on that are accurate because I've been editing and testing and always double check everything, because it's like, if you care. So what lives inside of here is a 12-hour expiration that drops every 60 minutes. That's quite a bit of tickets stacking up. But since the orders are so deep, I think it's appropriate. We're getting 50 pips to 80 pips to 65 pips deep on these are all 1Ks, and they last 12 hours, so imagine that. There's going to be stacked up, constant stack of what is that? 6 times 12. I'm sorry. 12 hours. Every hour it's dropping. It's a lot. Because all 12 of those are going to be out there. 12 launches of this. And if I back this down to 8 hours, I already know I'm going to have less fills if I make this H8. Now, the only thing that's going to come up in the proper colors is the real normal times. Like H4 should come up as, Yeah, H4. See, they're offering this, and it'll be red because it'll be the proper time. So let's just make it 8, and then we'll make it 8 and drop us every 4 hours. This is more conservative, right? It will be an 8-hour script. It's still 6K on both legs there, up and down. It doesn't have any directional discrimination. Because you never know. In this situation, I would run both legs in this in a pure static situation, but if I'm actually watching the market, I'll go, you know what? Just put the buy limit bot in today. Let's buy on dips. Or you see the markets, you think the market's in a downtrend, and obviously it's crested. It could drift down. You put in a sell limit bot, maybe. These are all maybes, there's nothing certain here. Well, I'm going to launch this every 4 hours, 240 minutes. And that's just going to run all the time because actually if it's going to be a 4-hour launch and it's going to be, I'm not going to put a time limitation, but if it's going to be a 15-minute script or 30-minute, yeah, I don't want that shit running all day long. It's only during U.S. market opens. It's going to pick up, and these trades do work. I know they do work because I've done them with manual launch. I go, let's put it, I've done double clicks. I have double clicks, which are almost like a robot. But this is the ultimate because it 1 o'clock in the morning, the 15-minute robot comes on and he starts to launch these ridiculous trade plans. So we compile this. So this is going to have 2 orders constantly running in there, and your risk is going to go up. So here, let's just make it, even though the name of the script is H, just to keep this on the original easy thinking where you have constant risk, known constant risk here, which you would have the other way, but you have to double the numbers. It's going to launch every 4 hours. A ticket that lasts 4 hours. Less fills, right? You can't trade this on the euro. It's not going to fill. You're asking the market to drop 50 pips. So forget what I said. I'm going to put this back to 12 because I know this is not even going to fill us. And even so, every 4 hours may not be enough. We may have to stack up orders all the way to China. Let's just see what we get here. So I think this is back testing. I know that's true, but this is a little bit different, isn't it? I mean, we're not talking about should I make my RSI 5 or 6. It is nothing like that. The beauty of this, I can edit this without reloading the EA. I can test, edit, test, edit. I can edit, compile, test, edit, compile, test. I don't have to go back and reload this. So what I do is I stay on one theory, and I can run that. So I could put this thing and say only trade the one. Well, I can do that. I will do it later today. I'll do that, but I'm just saying that, yeah, it does matter. It's going to matter how long that order lasts down there. It is going to matter. And I can also turn on some of these other guys and say, well, I'm not getting fills. Let's move these up, or I'm going to extend the time frame out so I do get filled. But then, of course, so the risk, when you talk about risk, the risk meter or the risk gauge goes, in my mind, from 0, not in the market, to the first increment is a 1K on whatever you're doing. So I'd say that my first risk is $1. I have a 10 pip stop. I'm scalping. Or I have a pending with a 10 pip stop, and I'm going to show you later. I guess this is a long video. I'm going to show you later that if you're going to babysit the market, you can trade with an 8 pip, 6 pip, 10 pip stop, and make, the same. You can have break-even tickets there and all that stuff. Hand place them, critical levels, watch it get filled, or come into the market, trade it. Add on to it at the market. It's up. It's in you. It did what you thought it was going to do. It is filling your limits. You're like, holy fuck, I'm up on the limit. It looks like we're dying here. I'm watching this real time. It's like, yeah, that is up. 15 minutes up. Boom. It's a shaved candle at 15. Sell at the market. Boom. I'm also in on limits at that time. So I have limits and market orders combined. The trap trade to me is more high probability than the breakout trade. I wouldn't put a buy stop at a critical level. And this idea of counting candles back. No, I'm sorry. I'm counting one candle back. What is the last candle? I'm also looking at structures. I'm not going to do it. You can't say, look, 8 candles back. What if the fractal, what if the peak was 3 candles back? If there's a wick tip, there's serious if the market ever makes it beyond that wick tip or that bar top, there's going to be a controversy. We're either going to it's either going to break out and keep going up, or that's going to be a trap. And most times ever, the lonely wick, the wick that stands out, the Williams fractal, which is a lonely wick by at least, there's 2 bars on either side of the Williams fractal wick. If I turn on the Williams, it's just showing you the turnarounds. And if no nonsense is not trading the turnarounds, only because he doesn't have a trade plan for it. That's all. And if he did, would he implement it? This thing is going to do it, or you could do it manually. You could have a double click. So on my tablet, I can double click and go, I'm putting a rack in for 15 minutes now. I'm not always able to launch them every hour. This thing's going to do it. So we're going to come in here every 240 minutes. Every 4 hours, we're launching a ticket that lasts for 12 hours. Compile that. And this is going to be a little difficult because I really should save as 12-hour H, but this is why testing, I'm not going to save everyone if it's not a good trade plan, it's not a good idea. For the scheme I'm using, then why bother? If you get something that hits, you're like, you know what? Okay, we'll start naming that series. And okay, now I don't mind buying 20 pips deep for 2 hours on the dollar yen because that's a typical move. If you look at the chart, you're like, yeah, this thing can drop like that. Yeah. Why would you buy it on there? Well, I'm not there to pull the trigger. So this is going to make money while I'm sleeping or while I'm doing something else. And, I did it with fake money. And when you do it with real money, it's funny because you laugh and you say, gosh, I don't mind this robot trading with me or for me. I guess I'm a control freak, so it's a big problem. I mean, I'm afraid of I wouldn't let anybody, anybody, but I'm usually pretty freaked out if somebody says, hey, can I have your guitar could you loan me your guitar? I'm like, I loan you money before I loan you my guitar, but I guess I don't know. Yeah, I'm ready to die. I guess you can have it. I got COVID. You can have it. Is a mask on my guitar? Oh God, I can't take it. So let's run this puppy. Let's keep track of what we're doing here. So we just compiled the 50 to 80 with a 100 pip stop. It's going to be 12 hours. It's launching every 4 hours. I could put that also in here. I'm going to put that later on. If it says 240 or 60, my original robot said 240 and 60. I knew 60 was 60 minutes. So I'm spelling out the settings in the name of the robot. I'll do that later. Then I'll create a template with that name. So I'm always I always know what's going on because I don't trust anybody. I don't trust these fucking robots. Like I had this one that I talked about a long time ago where at the bottom of the script it said sleep or something, and some guy helped me out with that because it kept launching the thing because it had a bad number here, so it kept re-racking the same thing, and I didn't know it. It stacked up, and I got in the Australian dollar, which I was trading back then. That was 8 years ago. I would never trade it again. I don't think. I mean, I traded, but it didn't move a lot of pips, so you could trade it really heavy. And I had this thing, and it kept putting in. It was a script that was behaving like a robot because it kept launching over and over, and I couldn't see it on my phone. I was looking at my phone, and I go, "Hey, looks like I got my buy limit down there. Everything's all good, I got Turns out it was, instead of 1K, it was like 200K because it kept stacking and stacking, and the broker kept taking it. Whereas a broker that only has there's another thing I talk about broker. There's a broker out there. You're only allowed 20 or 50 tickets. Well, you know what? If that happens on that broker, you're safe because it's going to max out. And placing orders that may never fill, that's always an issue. Let's go to the Testaruni here. So we just did this one. Did I get it right? Fair value? No, that's not it. Always coming up with new names for the robot. Okay, so it's good to go. Now we do the Testaruni. I don't know, 1 hour time frame. It doesn't matter. But for visual sake, we'll leave it in the 1 hour time frame and pick a spread of 2 pips for the spread. And here, let's get the maximum screen attributes going there. Okay, so now, all right, so here's that, and we got the my test range is from it's only going back a few months from now. It's like 6 months into last year. So from June last year to January this year. Look at this guy clobbering along here. And a visual at first here. I'll put up my last template's a 10 pip grid. I'm on the euro dollar, by the way. I don't think it's going to fill too much. Every now and then these markets get volatile, so I'm calling this the 10. 010, so it comes up with this 10 pip grid there. The other, there's supposed to be a 100 handle on that, so you can see where you're kind of at. And realize that this is 10 pips. But before this thing collects all the data, let me just do some analysis. Once this collects the data, I'll start running. But so just speaking in terms of, now that we have the chance here, 1 hour chart, 10 pip grid, right? So what kind of trade plans can you do that I think the robot could make money from? And I would know. And another thing about trading at the market, if you're scalping and stuff, that is not a known risk. I mean, you could see an opportunity that needs you to pull the trigger 3 times instead of once, because you go, no, this is a good buy. Let's lock this in. Let's lock this in and sit and wait another 10 minutes to see if we get a better price. If we don't, you're in the size that you want to be in. If you told yourself you're only going to trade X amount of tickets, whereas this thing is objective, consistent, it's going to just do that. And of course, when Asia comes, if I turn on the Asian bot, or I turn on my bot that I know trades a mid-range. Oh, here we go. Anyways, I don't have to wait now. So see what it's doing. It's going to put in limits up there. Actually, if I slow this robot down, I can do a double symposium. Okay, so I take this down to here. Yeah, I can take advantage of this chart. That's 1 notch from the fastest setting. 1 hour chart. So I got buy limits down there. I would have buy limits down there. Who wouldn't, right? Now, are these the proper expirations? This is 12 hours, Every hour we're dropping. I'm sorry, every 4 hours we're dropping. So if we zoom in, we can see the robot's doing what we know it should do for us. Are these trades going to fill? I don't know. Is this a good place to sell? Yeah, it's almost perfect. Now, the hand place version of this would be, I just sold this pocket on sell limits, right? I put sell limits in here in a almost a 20 pip range. I put those limits in there in Asia. I looked back here and I go, you know what? This looks like a pocket I want to sell. Here's the supply zone. I hand place orders in here. I'll make more money than a robot. But I don't mind this robot getting filled in this bullshit down here, right? Now, in the real world, this is the 1 hour chart. I'm buying at the market right now. I ain't waiting for no breakout. I'm buying at the market. Where am I going to get out? I'm going to get out right here. Right? You want to trade? Here's how you trade. Buy buy this pullback. Buy because it's down on the hour at the market. 10 pip stop, 8 pip stop, 10 pip stop, 15 pip stop, 22 pip stop. Hurry up, build a position here. You got an hour. It's down. It wicks a little lower. You get picked up on your limits maybe. But if your stop is 30 pips, if your stop is way down here, why do you care? As soon as this bar closes down, I'm going to buy again at the market. Right? I probably just bought that because you can't see it here, but I guarantee you on the half-hour chart, we just stop punted some guy on the 15-minute chart there. I know we did. And I scalped that and I'm out. I made my 8, 10 pips. Now, the buy limits. At this point, oh, we just got filled. Look at that. We just bought. Now, if I'm going to babysit this robot, if the market comes back to here and we don't hit our target, which is the target is way up here in the center point where the robot started fair value for this exit. I know the exit of this robot I think is in the middle. And that's another thing to consider is where is it going to take profits? It's going to take profits right here. See, all the take profits are fair value to it. If you let this trade play out, is this too big a size for you? I don't think I'm going to sweat it over this trade, right? I know the risk on that, Phil. And we're coming in, and the problem here is, see, the expiration, it should have been shorter because I got 2 orders in there. Maybe I only want to fill 1. Did we even get filled on that? No, see, no fill down there. Look at that. So isn't that amazing? No fill. Now you would think that, and this is where I think when you run this robot, I'm going to give you the link to this thing. You write it how you want it to run. And you play that back on the weekends. And you study the market. And you ask yourself, right now, what should I be doing on the 1 hour chart? I'm buying. We're under the floor. If you had the ability to see this wick, you just bought that and scalped it. Did you buy 40 standard lots down there? Maybe. And if you did, you're out. You're coming back to the floor now. You're out. Even if you don't run a robot, run a strategy tester on the weekend. Run it to the speed all day long. And tell yourself, should I be taking these trades? Should I be putting a buy limit rack down in here? Why not? Look, it made money. It made 10, 20 pips. It didn't make 100 pips, but it made money. Right? This works. Did the robot see that? No. Is he making money right now? Yes. If this, he just filled a ticket I would never do. Now let's look at the robot. Forget, we've seen enough. Let's see what he can do on the 6-month period with the same. See, I would have got out of that for him if that was a big ticket. I would have got out of that for him. He ain't getting out of that thing until it gets back to the center point. And I wish this thing would have a little marker in the middle, but we know that fair value is between these both. No fills on those sell limits up there. I ain't hand placing that shit up there. I get tendonitis. I already got tendonitis from playing guitar and everything else I'm doing with this mouse and doing videos and artwork, and my hand's killing me. But I got the answer. I put my mouse on a gel pad, and I recommend it to everybody. Simpleton's gel pad, $8.95. I'm sorry, it's $8.01. What's with this? What is with this fucking pricing? Come on, people. This is like we're going to bomb Syria. Yeah, because you can sell $1.99. It's not $2, buddy. No. Look at this thing crashing. Now they're going to fill that limit, see? This is a long-term swing strategy, obviously. This is the only robot I can vouch for that works. Any time frame, any day. It was funny when that guy wrote it. I go, I was so frustrated. I go, can you just give me just some dumb shit bot? Okay, let's skip to the end of the story. Let's see how it does over the long run. Hey, it wasn't doing bad here. Now I would intervene on it. Mind you, this is a $300 account I'm running. I'm running a $300 account on the back test. And it has some great winning streaks, doesn't it? No, I'm sorry, it's a $500 account, opening balance. But now, this is, so people say, well, gosh, it does not make much money. But you see these streaks, right? After that run, wow, that's some good money. Of course, I don't know what's, let's put on the, So you could make that assessment. I would just change one setting on here. And now we can just go into pure test mode where we keep editing. And I'm going to make this last all day. D1 is going to be all day. I'm going to push this thing to the max. Well, almost. D1. And we're going to launch this puppy every 60 minutes. And they can last all day. I'm curious to watch that actually happen a little bit. But we'll just do the back test. You can imagine how brutal this is going to be. We may blow up the account. I'm martingaling in for the lack of a better term. And that's a misconstrued term, actually. I looked up martingale. There's like 5 kinds of martingale. It's a complex thing. All it means is that you're a swing trader. And you're... I think it's supposed to mean high risk, but that word risk comes up again, which is just kind of a... I don't know. That's just such a funny word, risk. I think it just means money. I think it means losing. I don't know. Because there's no risk, no reward, right? But what's the reward on this thing? They're always worried about the risk. Well, we should worry about the risk up front. We want to preserve our capital. We're not just going to do dumb shit. All right, let's hope not. Now, let's try to memorize. I always try to memorize the last results. I'll give this thing to 460 trades at all the counts all the way back even. It had some streaks in there, though. Now, this is where maybe knowing when to run the spot. Of course, now we're going to ask the spot to run every 60 minutes for a day. Oh, every tick method, too, I'm using, by the way. Now, this is a $500 account, and before it almost blew itself up, it closed. Now, all I did was, and I mean, I don't know if a lot of people could handle this kind of drawdown. You put $500 in the account, you almost blew up the account. Now, people would say the risk of ruin is going to come, stats are going to come back on this thing going, dude, you fucking nuts. Does martingale work? Yeah, if you don't blow up the account. So let me back this down a little bit and only land every 4 hours. I'm going to launch these, last for a day. We're going to make less money, but we won't blow up the account. These are very simple things to consider. Let's put this at 240 and compile. Back to the chart. Run. Now this, you could write this stuff down. That's 3,500 trades. We made $1,000 in 6 months. Commissions are included in the spread on this. That is this one robot in this one setting. And look at the chart. Oh lordy. So and that's only 3K on each. This is a 6K. We're running it actually more than that because it's stacking up. This is going to be, now this test is 240 minutes. Wait while we test your robot. Oof. Now this one, $800 with a $200 drawdown. A little bit better. Now, what if I, let's take a look at this. This is going to be another setting that's going to matter. We've got this kind of in a decent situation. We could fine tune it and optimize it here manually. There's no optimization. Having a robot, like, they got this ad on the radio that if you sign up with us, we'll tell you the next trend based on neural nets and the news headlines. I'm like, we could tell you the next trend. I'm like, well, how's that going to help me now? I'm going to draw down on this fucking robot I wrote. I mean, there's that's bullshit. Like, what would I get in now? Because it's going to be up later, or do I short now? Because I'm going to fade the crowd and oh boy, I don't know. Don't get me started because that is fucking just this had nothing to do with making money. And nothing to do with even calculating hard risk, It's these hard risk numbers. How can I tweak this robot? It's getting out at fair value. This is literally waiting for it. Now, mind you, what this trade is doing is buying 80 pips deep with a 100 pip stop, and it's going to get out and make 80 pips. You're risking on the bottom ticket. You have a risk-reward ratio of like risking 20 pips. I don't know if you can see this. I can barely see it myself. We're risking 20 pips. All right, we sold 80 pips about. I don't know which ones. If I just run the so what if I just turned off one leg here? Here, let's just do this and see what happens if we only buy. Do we perform better? I'm always curious about all these things. I guess I've done more robot testing. That I always talk about robot testing is never going to make as much money. That's true. As manual trading, right? It's just like automatic sex is better than, manual sex is better always than automatic. But like the pump machines just don't seem to have any kind of like offset syncopation rhythm. So let's turn that off and just go for the buy only. Let's do the test first. See what the difference is. Less trades, I'm guaranteeing, right? But if I knew that we were going into a downtrend, I might turn this thing on and go, dude, let's just pick this shit up down there. Let that go. It's on a separate account. You got $500 in this account. So this is the other thing is that you got $500 in this account. You got $500 in that account. That's also another thing to consider. Who's putting in the Ryan bot with 10 grand in the account and go, well, let's see what happens? I don't know, man. I'm not doing that. But like I said, each to his own. Let's test this for the sake of one leg now. About the same results, but less trading. I don't know. Maybe you only got filled on one leg. I can't really say. Less trades, right? Because with both legs engaged, that's funny because that's just showing you how the markets are just. I think there's 1,000 trades. Let me see. Let me turn it back on. I wasn't paying attention. I think it was 3,000 trades it did last time. Okay. Yeah, it did more trades, so it made a little bit more money. It did a few more trades because it ended up taking advantage of both sides of the market. So another tweak we could do is how about we shuffle these down and we just buy the very rock bottom of this thing, right? Let's just get in a 3K, only 10 pips apart. And so I'm going to get in at 60, 70. And this is going to be a better ratio naturally because I have a hard stop. I have a hard exit. I have a 100 pip stop. And so let's get in here at 60, 70, 80. 10 pips apart at the bottom. We know the trade plan. And that's as simple as that. Okay. And now let's take a little note of the balance here before we refresh and run the robot again. We got 1,000 trades and $850 and $100 drawdown. Right. I think no. What's the starting balance? Oh Jesus. I think it's $500. $500, long and short. Okay. So let's see now. It's keeping a strict fair value. It's a retracement, and we could actually have the targets better. Another tweak we could do, which would kind of decrease the profits but increase the risk of ruin would go down. We could make it so it scales out. Instead of being greedy about this, we could actually take, we have a hard risk. So actually in this ticket, you're risking, don't forget, you're risking 40 pips here. I mean, you're risking 60 pips to make 40 pips on this one. So you might want to drop, you might want to make this above fair value or bring this down, this ratio down. So you're going to scalp out of that bottom rack. Every time you change a setting, you can test it very quickly. And if you really wanted to be all forensic about it, you'd be like keeping track and I would keep notes. if I'm trying to dial in what I think is a ballpark optimization of some robot that picks up, it's not the holy grail robot. This is not a robot. This is the team of robot concept. This is the prop house, digital prop house that you build on a cloud. And because then you can guarantee it's going to, even if the power goes out, even if you have a solar panel and a Biden with the solar panels, then you're going to survive it, right? Do I have to did I change that? Let me just recompile that. I don't know if I. So I got the, what did I do here? Oh, I put in deeper orders, right? Slightly deeper, just by a little, by a skosh. Let's see how it affects us on the playback. $1,850, $500 starting balance. We took a $200 drawdown, but we ended up making $300. Let's do a run through of this. And I'm going to change the sample rate. I'm going to go back further in time, too. So all these, I don't know if it's been ruckus and we just got some great fills there, but see, I made less money. See that? Because I missed out on a couple trades that were only so deep. So I'm curious, what if I buy even shallower? Let's get in at 40 pips, and then we'll just go 20 pips apart. And of course, this are really crude, bold edits that we can see the effects immediately. So, because I know I got this, I've got this trade plan already. It's 20 pips apart, on a drop. So I'll kind of replicate how I would trade to some degree. Well, or what you think a logical trade would be. 60, and we're coming at 40 pips deep. So, hard stop, hard take profit, because we can make this 40 pips. See, I can see this. What's the chance of getting stopped out with a 60 pip stop to make 40 pips, right? What's the chance? We're going to find out. And it might make more money because it might even get trapped in a hedge here because we're getting close. Our entries are getting close to our other side of this leg if we have both legs turned on. All right, let's go to this. Now that was $850 on the that was a super deal, $700. Here's going to be, now we're getting in the whole thing from swing down to a little bit better. Not much difference actually. That's weird. Okay, let's be ridiculous. Let's get in. Or how about let's do this. Let's tighten this up to. Here, let's just run one ticket then. So here's another way to do a filtered test: is that instead of rewriting all those numbers, we'll just turn off the. That one. So I'm going to put in this high risk trade. I'm curious. We're probably going to blow up the account here, right? Because unless we keep taking that 40 pips, and this would be a thing where if you're trading at the market, if you have an end of the world stop, you're maybe not wait for that to get hit. You're going to have to get your scalp out. That's why you're kind of risking more in a way. But this is like the actual test of this theory. Is that one ticket turned on? I'm sure we're going to fill. Okay, so this is end of the world stop scalping. And based on the way the market retraced, kind of the same situation in the amount of trades there. I think it's taking the amount of instances because I only have one thing running now. So we take this down to H4 because we're so close to the market now. This will be 4 hours. And if we do a constant risk here, actually we're going to run this every hour. It's dropping this, so it's going to have a contour of limits based on the market moving. I'm sure less trades here, less risk of ruin. Okay, so that did very well. See, that's an end of the world stop. It didn't make a lot of money, but didn't do too many trades. Let me. Oh, I changed the time frame there too a little bit. So every time you make an adjustment, of course, some adjustments we know that we're going to make are going to be profound. How about if I do this? This would be kind of a high risk situation. I'm going to turn all these tickets on. And these are just various. I don't even know. We're just going to turn them on. I'm not going to worry about what they say. I just know they're valid tickets that won't crash. And here's how you can just keep testing. Let me try to replicate what I did on that side, though, as far as turning stuff off. I think these are the same tickets, actually. This is a mirror image of tickets, so I don't want to change those. I'm just going to turn them on and off because, lazy. These are tight stops. We're going to make that hard. Yeah, we'll make this hard, so. All right. And then the targets on that are going to be, we'll leave the targets the same, actually. So this trade plan is going in inside, and it's getting super tight. Let's make this get in. Also, it's going to be a fair value exit. So in our mind's eye, we know where this thing's going to get out, where it's taking profits. It's not going to be some, fancy exit. See, nothing fancy. That's the fanciness that people want to impose on these systems are just incredible. It's like the cup holder. Wait, Porsche doesn't have a cup holder? It's a cheap car. F40, no cup holder. What piece of shit. So let me just do this classic replicating some of the scripts that I would run. As we're just going to buy every 10 pips like a blockhead. And then it's going to be really critical is how long these last, and then what market we're trading. I think we're in the euro. The euro probably has the least amount of ridiculous spikes. So if I was on the guppy, and I haven't looked at the guppy in a long time, but the guppy bot's going to be buying 160 pips deep, right? For 15 minutes because who's getting in that, right? That is like I just fucked that up. 10, 20. It's 300 because it's a 5 decimal broker. If it says 40 here, it's because I could actually get in at 401. I could get in a tenth of a pip. Yeah, I'm buying at 401. I test back to said that's way better, way better. Okay, this exit needs to be 100. So fair value. Where are we coming back to? If the market plunges 40 pips, but it doesn't go past 1,000 pips. This is a high risk bot. This is Ryan bot right here. Ryan would understand this bot. Oh yeah, you're buying a basket there with a fucking battery issues. This is it. This is the Ryan bot. If anybody's interested, let's see what it does. It's going to trade a lot. It could blow up the account. I think if you do have this running though, if you took money out of that, that's why Ryan Brown's saying, I agree. If you're trading that hard, take money out. If you're trading that hard, you're not going to go in that hard with that account open. Let it blow up. Like let $1,000 account blow up. But when the $1,000 account, it's a 6-month period here. We keep testing over and over. By the way, very scientific. Look, it did pretty good. Damn, that did good. What if I just here? I can't believe that's. Is that right? Are these filling? Wait, I'm going to turn on all these tickets now. I don't get what's going on here. Why it's not. I see. Here, let me make this an engulf ticket, right? We are here. When this robot drops it, we're here. It comes down, buys 40 pips deep. Then it retraces past the fair value and comes above. So each of these tickets will be an echo from that. So if I'm going to get in at 40 pips deep, I'll get out at fair value. Here we'll make the same amount of money on each ticket. Now we're going to make, we're going to go 20 pips. I'm sorry, I screwed that up. Yeah, see, here's the problem. You have to make this a plus sign at this point. And this is where the hard work comes in, because I wish I had something that, you got to hit the shift key. I hate the shift key. I just hate it. So I can't find it. I got 5 keyboards. Where's the shift key? Fucking A, dude, get a standardization. These have to be pluses because we're buying at 40 pips deep. We have a stop, an end of the world stop. We haven't hit that. I don't know if we've hit that stop. I guess we could hit it. I know the total risk of this robot. I was pretty excited on Friday running it with real money, because there's something about looking at your phone and going, that thing's making money. That's just, I mean, it's putting a trade on for me. I say it doesn't have to make money. It's the fact that it's taking the edge off of me. Now this is a minus, but it doesn't matter because we're at 0, but I don't know, we'll leave it there. Here this has to be, now this has to be minus up here, because you're up in this price. This one will leave plus, I don't know. Minus is easy. No space key, no shift key needed. Minus. And so when the market goes up 10 pips, it's going to make 40. It's going to get out at, 30 below. You see how complicated this is? But this is, to me, this is it. Because if you set this up and run it, you know exactly where it's getting out. If you've traded enough to know that you could probably make your 40 pips here. But if I make every target, like I want to bid this basket here, I know that this basket, if I cash it out at 30 pips below, which means in the trade plan, trying to correlate this to the trade plan is difficult. It's tough because you have to envision these things. The market comes up, hits this, and this exit at 30 below is down here now. The market has to come all the way here to make profits. You may not make that. If you put a hard exit on all these, to pick up this basket and cash out hard at one point, lower probability. If you scale out, and this is what this is going to do, end of the world stop, and it also gives you confidence if you're buying with 100 pip stop. Sorry, 1,000. I keep seeing the 1,000, and I'm like, all right, here we go. All right, wait. Trying to do. I get a little lost there in that graphic thing. So here we go. Let's compile this. I'm kind of curious. I fucked up this. I didn't complete this, and you would see it immediately in the results, I think. So 30 pips below. I'm sorry. This is gonna be 0 down here. Wait, I'm confused. We're gonna buy 10 pips below, but we're gonna get out 30 pips above. So we're trying to make her 40 bucks. 40 bucks, whatever, $4. But it adds up, right? So $4 actually times 10 is 40 bucks. It's unbelievable because so the whole thing here is what I'm about is scaling in microly because micronics, way to go. The way of the future. So that's going to make 40 pips with an end of the world stop. Let's see what it looks like. So we're taking advantage of not just fair value retrace here. We should make more money. And we know we didn't blow up the account last time with 1,000 pip stop. We did 120 trades approximately. We made $24. We should make more money now. Oh, we blew it up. So I don't know what happened. So we blew it up because we were too greedy. Too greedy. So you see how that didn't work out? And you can immediately see, oh, that's not going to work. You had to, that's a greedy, good ratios, right? But you lost. Your ratios are great, but you blew up the account. Oh shit. Right? This is what happens. So actually I've never done these. I'm doing this stuff for the first time, but I've done tests like this. So I kind of like, can you guess what's going to happen with this trade plan? And why didn't it make money? Because that bottom ticket, we scalped that. That was a scalp. This is expecting amazing stuff to happen. You're buying 40 pips deep. I'm sorry, you're buying 10 pips deep and you're expecting the market to go up 30 pips with 1,000 pips, with 100 pips stop. Are you kidding me? You mean to tell me you're trying? But notice how if I put these at 0, I just built a scalp into this thing. And I'm going to scalp that 10 pips with 1,000 pips, with 100 pips stop. It doesn't change my, so what I need to do to make more money on this scheme of basket entry, getting in baskets, is that, let me hurry up and throw these in, get that back to, so fair value is that, why don't I just buy deeper? I will buy at 80 pips. I'll buy 60. I'll get in at, how about 50? No, that's not right. 40. Every 20 pips. And 20. So this is every 20 pips. And then now we can play around with the other settings. And which currency are you going to trade this on? What do you think? The pound. We'll run the pound next. And it'd be like, you can see it's probably going to get crushed a couple times because the volatility and the spread is creating it's a wickedly, it's 3 times the size ATR, true range per day, about 3 times bigger. And it can be bigger at times, you know. So that's going to be, what I say, 80 pips deep here. We're getting in a great range here. We have a real simple trade plan, 20 to 80 pips with a 20 pip stop on a master stop. Master take profit back to fair value. The market crushes down, opens up in Asia. This robot has his tickets out, comes down, fills the whole rack, does not hit the stop, retraces the fair value, bing, bang, you're out. That's what this is going to do. Let's test it and see what we got. Shit, wait. Why can't I delete my objects there? Okay. They won't let me out of drawing mode, so let's go to the testorama. So picture that trade in your mind, and then we're going to go to the actual results here. So we're buying that whole area, and we just blew it up. So why we blow it up again? Just bought too much. Got in too early. Is that the right... Is it because wait, I might have the settings on this. No. So what a radical change there. Gosh, I don't know. Did I hit size wrong on some of these? Okay. I'm pretty sure I compiled that. Oh, maybe I didn't compile that right. It's kind of a drastic difference. I don't know what I can't remember what I changed. So I got to keep track. I guess we write stuff down, keep track. Oh, that's all right. I didn't compile it or something. Oh, I didn't. So, right, this is what we're running, right? Yeah, that should. It seems like. Well, we didn't blow up the account, right? When we were getting greedy, that's when we blew it up. And now, what if I decide to reduce the risk here and put a soft stop in? Like, okay, we'll move this stop up 10 pips. And this is going to be. So the problem there is that if I take this up to 80, I'm going to just lose that last ticket. But that's, so maybe you should offset this and go in odd numbers, because give yourself a half pip before they stop you out of that whole rack. And make this 750, because at least don't get in the same prices. And then stop here. I'm sorry, this would be 850. We're going 10 pip increments. This should be probably something 05 at the end, but. And I'm going to go 750, which I'll lose some of this rack. So all these different tweaks, they used to call them tweaks. I don't know what they call them now. I go 850, 950, 950. And what if I get less greedy on my take profits? How about if I fair value on this top ticket, now drop this down so that now I have to make sure this is minus, because we are getting in below. And now it's going to be, shit. Don't make it easy. I can't get that shift key. I'm missing something. I blew out that. Why isn't that letting me? I'm missing some character. Oh. God. Okay. I guess I fucked this up. Jesus. Anyways. Somehow I wiped out that star. Gotta have that star in there, or you're just... things are going to go bad. Oh, I'm putting in that. Okay. I'm just doing the wrong character. So minus. I just put the wrong character, and that's all. No worries. 80 down. Let's scalp this. At 20 down, let's get our fair value. So we're going to make 10 below on this. We'll still make 30 pips on this one. So this is a soft take profit scheme. And this is going to be 10 pips apart on the way down for the take profits, coming back off the bounce, the retracement. So we won't be so greedy now. We're buying 80 pips deep. We're going to get in at, we're going to make 50 pips on this. This will cut down our win, because we would make 30 more pips if we waited till we make back to fair value. So there will not be a fair value. This is more of a scalpish kind of retracement, scaling out as the market comes back. And this should be, it may make less money than this, because that bottom ticket, that retracement, 637 trades, and we made like $45 in that one particular time frame. By the way, I don't know. Okay, so here we made less money, but see how it's scalping out? It's less. When it goes on this streak here, it does pretty damn good, right? It doesn't make as much money, and it's scalping out, so it's not, the swings aren't as big. Anyways, you can play with that all day long. Oh, shit, I didn't change this side. Fuck, see, look at that going, yeah, it should do better than that. So if we come up with an idea, we test it, I should have done better than that. Yeah, if you do the code right, I suppose it would do better than that. So at 30 pips above, we're going to scalp out the top of that, because it did take some trades on the top side I'm expecting. Make this a plus sign now. Got to make this a plus sign. And we're going to get out at 20. 10 off the top of that. And then now we're consistently going to make, well, we're going to make, since we're 20 pips apart on the entry and we're 10 pips apart on the exit with a soft stop, it's about as good as it gets. You know, that's basically a 100 pip window we're trying to capture. So all I did was change the sell side. I didn't get right, and I don't know if it's going to change our money that much. We didn't make a profit. All right, we didn't make a profit on that, but let's see here now. Now I think I'm just going to take the time frame back. Not much difference. Let me go back. Let me go back further in time, because it's a pretty fast test. Let me just see if and people do these back tests. Well, I tested over 10 years, and you should see the result. Dude, okay, but I don't know. Are you just going to leave money in this account for the next 10 years and go, look at the balance now? I don't know, man. That's why you used to watch Ryan will run a bot, and he had a robot that was going to do this particular thing, and it just happened to make money. I go, yeah, it's making money right now, but it's going to be destroyed. I mean, look at the markets now. It'll destroy you, so I'm going way back with this. Not the best scheme. I should go back to the other one, but here, let me do the crude method since we're going so far back in time. All right. That should do it pretty quick and dirty. Crude. I think the other one's maybe faster too. The one that says only prices, fastest method to analyze. That's the fastest one here. Oh shit! Did I blow it up? Wait. Oh, I guess it blew up. It destroyed the account. That's why it's not running. Let me break out another robot. Just for here's one I wrote. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, here's nice and deep. 40 pips deep, see? I could have monkeyed with this one. I'd check the settings, but we're just going to run it to see if we can get this to hit. Okay, now here's a scheme where we actually made this nice chunk of money. This is original. It's buying really deep. I've got to check the settings on that, because that is getting in. Can I edit it from here? Gosh, can you modify the thing? I usually have to go back to the... Oh, so that's a chunk of time. Let me go way back. That was 3 years of testing. What I don't understand about this robot is that this back testing is that I'll get the same amount of trades no matter how far back I go. So I don't even know if I trust that. I'm going to go back to another couple of years here. Okay. Wow. Okay, it made more money. Nice streak there. Wow. Now, I suppose the volatility of the markets was just perfect. Let me change the currency to the pound. I'll probably blow up the account now. Same thing. Now this is going to be a completely different situation. See, it blew up the account. You cannot get in that close. So people say, I back tested on the pound. Yeah, no kidding. Now, on the Australian dollar, which is a pretty tame market, or how about even the Australian dollar, which barely moves? How did it do on the? It didn't even trade, did it? No. See, it didn't do bad on the Australian dollar because the Australian dollar doesn't have a lot of volatility. So when I say it didn't do bad, I mean it didn't blow up the account, and you can see these streaks where. Now in this thing, I think it's not trading enough, so I'm going to put in these tickets and let them last for a day. That's a pretty hard switch. And we're going to drop. We're still dropping these every 4 hours, by the way. This whole time, we've been dropping these. Let's go to. I compiled that, right? All right, let's hit this guy. Let me make note of the last 250 trades. Australian dollar. And let's see what that test looks like. Holy God. So, oof. I was doing so well. See, it blew up the account. Too many tickets. Man, look at this thing. God, look at the drawdown on that. Right, so obviously this is also proof you just can't throw tickets in, you know. Certainly not this close to the market. So just without having to work too hard, we're just going to turn off that and just run that one trade plan. We'll leave it behind. We'll see what one simple trade plan looks like now. Right, just the bottom of this guy. That's going to be 80 pips with a 20 pip stop to make, oh God, what is that? 50 pips. Right, there between this and this. 50 pips with a 20 pip stop. Good ratio, right? And we're stacking them up all day long. And this is easier to test this theory with the one single tickets. We can kind of look at this and have a more of a. It's not going to blow up the account, I hope. It shouldn't. We know the total risk there, and it's a good ratio. Double your money at least. See, that's all it traded. Oh, see, blew up the account again. How did it blow it up? Oh, expiration's too long here. All day long. So let's do a constant risk, very clean system. 4 hours. Every 4 hours we launch a ticket. We know we're 80 pips deep. And let's test this guy. Going way back now. That's a lot of data. Oof. Not good. What am I doing wrong? Let me put it on the euro dollar. Gee, that's kind of funny. I don't know. Make money in the euro dollar. It's doing the same trade over and over again. Euro dollar just had the perfect retracement for that scheme. And we don't see the problem with the strategy tester is I don't even know. Oh, you know what? Okay, here's the problem. I think I've got my data history set to a limit. So let me just trade the yeah, I think I did that. I don't know if that's going to affect it. On my platform, I set, maybe that's what's fucking this up. Like, how far do your charts go back? But max bars in history, maybe this is it. You think that's affecting it? Huh. Oh, I don't know. No? Shit, I don't know, man. So, anyways. Let me just do, what is today? And let me change the frequency. And we're just going to go today and then back a little bit. December to last Friday or whatever. Whatever. Let me try that. Okay, so this is different. So now, if you were to trade this with $500, you right now with this trade plan, you'd be up, right? Every tick. Let's see if we have a different result with every tick. 292 trades. Good trading. That's one ticket, mind you. That is 1K. Every 4 hours for 4 hours. So, I'm sorry, but that doesn't, the risk on that. Every 4 hours, you're risking. So you talk about risk. Every 4 hours, you're risking $2 to make $5. You bought 80 pips down with a 20 pip stop to make 50 pips. This is critical. If this lasts all day, bye-bye account. I mean, this is the most simple situation. Now, if I make this, we drop it every hour, and we're going to buy. The tickets expire in 1 hour. H1, this is not a trade I could do. I would never sit there and drop the same simple 1K. I wouldn't do it. That'd be like ridiculous. Who's got the time? But compile that. Come back to the my almighty testerator. And let's see. Take notes. It's 290 trades, and we made some money there. In what currency? Euro dollar. A spread of 2 wouldn't much matter to this thing because we have such a wide. Okay. I made 300 bucks on that. So now we change the what do we change on that? 1 hour drops. This lasts for an hour. This lasts for I don't know, it doesn't seem like it. Oh, it traded more. It got more fills because it launched more tickets. It still made money. It almost made a little bit smoother money. So what if I make it so that the robot is going to make this last for 2 hours? We know we'll get more fills. We've already gotten 290 fills, around 850 bucks. Now we just doubled it. We should get twice as many fills. Not really. Wait. What did I do wrong? Oh, maybe it didn't. It seems like I have to recompile that. I don't know, man. These commuters are just, they're so wrong. All day. All day, every day. I'm still in the same ridiculous trade plan, right? Oh, I'm editing the wrong plan, so that's another problem. Anyways, right, because I'm on this fair value. No, I'm still in the fair value thing. I just butchered the hell out of it, that's all. No, I'm in 50 pip deep fair value. All right, so I'm editing the wrong script here. Because I want to get in super deep and run a single. Yeah, well, I'm just going to edit the one I see and then put this up. Okay, this is the fair value. That's the 100. Is it the one I'm editing there? Okay, the 5280 50 to 80 with a 100 pip stop. That's a very deep. So the names don't match my stuff. That's why I kind of screwed that up. But oh well. But I hope you get the point. Of what I'm aiming at is that we get into these swing trades. It's a different world than the world of scalping and sitting right there and saying, I think this is a good place to get in, or based on my signals. And there is the idea that the Dow Jones is in an uptrend and buy on dips. Hopefully this is going to be more scientific than that, because I'm scanning for opportunities that exist in a time window. So 2 hours on this super deep. I wasn't even testing the right script there, so let's see. That's why it wasn't affecting anything. Because I changed I did change the time frame, but that didn't affect anything. See, no trades there, right? Because it's just not going to get in. On the British pound, it might fill. No. Oh, yeah. See, it's going to fill on the British pound. Got one trade off there. Lost money. Okay, let me put another robot here. So if you get in my original, this is the one that's the one I started on is this 50. So this guy here, the weekly on the British pound, we have a 30 pip stop. We're trying to make about 50 pips. Because we can buy 70 pips deep here. Make this last for... So if we stay on 4 hours, it's easier to start tweaking. We find a baseline of 4 hours. We're going to launch these every 4 hours. And we'll launch them all day. And we've seen markets do an 80 pip move in 4 hours and kind of know in our mind, well, 70 pips down in 4 hours. I'd buy that with a 30 pip stop to make 50 pips. Sure. Not the best ratio, but I give the market plenty of room, as they say, and let's see what that looks like. So you run it, and then you're like, well, on the pound, that's going to blow up the account, right? It's not killing it. It's one ticket. There is no drawdown, so you don't see that red line floating because there's no basket. As soon as I turn on another ticket anywhere in this scheme, what if I I'll put a tail end of this. I'll put this, I'll put in another 20 pips deep. I'll just turn on one ticket. And this is going to be the same stop and the same kind of, that's a slightly different stop. So maybe this stop should be, if I put it at 11, we're risking 20 pips at the bottom of that. So we're getting a better ratio on this ticket, and the exit's going to be here. We're trying to make 50 pips also. So put this guy at 11, so 110 pip stop. So I just added a little bit to that. We should see a drawdown show up on the playback now. That should be, we should see that when we're just taking this sample. I'm going way back in time now. No, I'm actually going back a few days. So now let me go way back and see if I can capture all the old prices. And maybe the history did matter. I have to reboot. I don't know. But we ain't got time for that. I'm going to go back to Wayback Machine here to 2007. Remember the good old days? Nobody wear a mask. Everybody's fucking in the air and people kissing in public and humping and everything. It was beautiful. So we should see a drawdown here if we don't blow up the account. Oh, every tick. I'm just going to go for the fastest method here. Holy shit. Oh, wait a second. See, there you go. So inside there, unfortunately, we did not check the size, so we have an issue. This is like 3K down here. That made a big difference. That was martingaling in, by the way. For all the anti-martingale, it's just on one leg, though. Look at that. Just on one leg. That really fucked it up. Oh, that's just, ouch. Sorry about your... That rogue wave hit us kind of hard there. Well, actually, you survived it, but look at how it's just getting in one direction on a 3K. Ouch. Oh, gosh. It didn't trade. Oh. It's not going to trade now? Oh, shit. It's still fucked up. Wait. Okay. How we screw that up? Something's wrong. Oh, wait. This. Okay. Pretty tough. I don't know. Let's see. Is that right? I guess it's kind of ridiculous, right? Because we should make this a wider stop, I think. Just make this really end of the world. And make this profit less greedy. So I'm going to scalp the bottom of that. Just make that 5. Yeah, that's not much of a difference, is it? Yeah, just trade the fuck out of the account there. Look at this. This must be, I don't know if that's bad data. This is the British pound, though. That's a little skeptical. I don't know, this broker. Yeah, that looks like bad data or something. Let me try the euro dollar in that scheme. So that's why the euro dollar is king. You trade the hell out of euro dollar, you know. Didn't do too many trades, did it? So how do you increase the frequency of trading on this? I'll make this H12. We're dropping every 4 hours. We only got 13 trades off of that. That's a 2K. But see the drawdown now. On the other ticket, I put that out of the world stop in there. So we didn't, that's another thing that saved us in a way. I don't know. I'm not crazy about the, I got to switch brokers and try a different, I'm not sure I got the history all the way back. And I'm not sure MetaTrader, of course I'm using crude much. I'm not sure if I pick a slot in time, because I don't think the March 2020 to March to May, just some weird space in time. Let me see what that looks like. Didn't even trade. Yeah, that didn't even trade. Here, let's do the scalp. I think this is a scalp bet. Let's run that. That doesn't trade either. I don't think there's any data back there, to be honest with you. I think when I have to reboot. So let's just go to the most current thing. And I know people want to do this back testing. Oh, I went back 20 years. No, I went back a week. It's good. What? I'm not getting my today's date coming up. Okay. There you go. So I'll go for about how about September to November? Just this little slot. We got the, here's 10 to, every 2 hours, you're going to launch this ticket. Oh, that's kind of deep. I don't know if that's going to fill. Here's the one we're on. So this is a shallow entry. Oh, I see why. So this is a ridiculous trade plan. You're going to buy 20 pips deep with a 40 pip stop, 25 pips deep. Like this, the idea you're going to scalp this. And we got to make these last. This is a 230 H2 scalp. Because this, every 60 minutes is dropping this. So the 2030 H12 is the, all right, that's it. Okay, let's run this guy. Somewhere in time. Wow. So this must have been news here or something. And it eventually got destroyed, you know, because of the frequency. So let's turn the frequency way down. It's got, every hour, it's going to launch tickets that last for, and here, I guess is the, we're going to go to the 15-minute. And we still have to test. There's all sorts of work, I suppose, here, because you would want to maybe turn this on only for that session. When you see that move there, if you're going to turn off all your robots are turned off before the news comes out, so it's strictly going to change. It's only going to trade the volatility that happens between 9 o'clock Eastern Standard PM time and right around maybe 7 o'clock in the morning. And that could definitely change a lot. Oh, shit. Screwed something up here. Okay, I didn't. Yeah, sorry. We did something wrong there. The fuck? I put in a wrong. What does this say here? Let me just undo everything. Okay, I'll get back to normal first. Okay, let me just do the edit over again. I fuck something up here. It's gonna, so that it's gonna be a 15-minute expiration now. 15-minute expiration. M15's gonna go right in here. And this is the shortest you're allowed to launch. Your broker's not going to take a 5-minute expiration, even though it does exist. And this, so this is a very short, this is very low exposure. Every hour, and only for 15 minutes every hour, are you going to have the probability getting filled on this scheme. We should get less fills on this. If we get any. We get no fills. Not one trade went off there. So you go to M30. And let's see if we get a fill here, M30. And we're going to do launches every every 30 minutes. So if we stay in this square box of every 30 minutes, they last for 30 minutes. Alrighty, let's test this guy. We got to get a fill. We have a very narrow time range to even trade this thing. I don't even see anything. So we have to go back further and see what happens here. No fills. What about the pound? Oops. Kind of blew it up there. must have put something wrong in there. Did something wrong. But yeah, that's the other filter you could do. Anyways, it's complicated, isn't it? I think I crashed my computer. Too many edits. Yeah, I crashed it. Can't keep up with my back testing speeds. Here's a 10K. I know this has got like a lot of tickets in it. Look at this poor thing. So you see I kind of know what's in that trade plan, and it's just tragic, It's not everything's going to work, and 10 to 50. See, you're buying all this thing for an hour. No, it's not going to work. It seems like the only thing that works with this kind of deep entry is that if you go to these schemes that you're going to buy down at the very bottom of this thing, and you're willing to take a drawdown, that's going to work. Whereas the having a super tight stop, you kind of have to do that yourself. I can't imagine the robot. He can't just lay a series of tickets in there and pick up a trade, because it's all based on, you're really going to have to be running between raindrops. I don't think you could do it. It's just going to be too insane. So that's that. And, as far as the markets go, you really have to, like I said, you'd have to babysit some of these robots, because you're not going to get your targets all the time. And if it's just a trading assistant to put in orders for you, it's a help in that. It's not like you could make $1 million trading like this, and this is just in addition to other things you obviously do. Like I said, we've seen the market in an extreme price. You have to say, this looks like something I could build some counter move here, and I could at least start scalping it. And there's enough volatility where I can get out my trade plans and I can do it. I don't want a robot necessarily churning away on some of these things. So I'm going to test when I'm done with the video, of course, because it's hard to, as you can see, it's hard to do a video about this stuff. I'm doing this. I've done this before, experimenting with these things, and I'm intrigued. I'm curious. So I'm a very curious person, very optimistic, curious person. So I think that I don't think that there's systemic stupidity out there. I think people are typically they know what's going on, and I just don't know if it's safe to analyze the market too much, because nothing's to do projections and come up with targets and stuff. It's kind of feeble when you look at the vicious price action that the market is capable of. And it may only happen for 1 or 2 days where the market's volatile, and then it goes back to, I guess, business as usual or something calm, and then it's a different landscape, because even if you only trade a 1K, you can trade a tighter stop. You can risk less money per trade, and it's a different environment. And when the market makes these dramatic moves, which it does all the time, I guess it's just news when it's an all-time high in the Dow Jones, but the all-time high in the Dow Jones has been happening for years now. It's always making all-time highs. Plus it's making, I guess you could call them not all-time lows, because the lows are only like retracement pullbacks into a zone, you know. But yeah, you know, having your markets are going to open Sunday night. You could scalp in Asia with a tight stop with a good broker. You could manually play. So to give you some confidence, you back test this robot and you see, gosh, look at this thing. I mean, you know, this is the chart. This is the history of that last scan, I guess. So here, you know, you look at this thing going, gosh, you know, I could have got in here and there. Because now if this is, and let's hope that you also have this skill, well, the robot doesn't have, but we're on the, I think a 10 pip grid, euro dollar. This is a window of, what is this, 40 pips. So if you started buying into that with a stop down here and you wait till it comes back to here, which people did and they got out, this top bottom becomes a top for a reason. And this scalp that is on the, what is this, 1 hour chart scalp, you're out of that trade. It's over. You know, you just made 40 pips. And now the guy says martingale doesn't work. I'm sorry, but it does. Like if you bought a 4K here, a 3K here, and a 1K here, and a 1K here, or 1, 2, 3, 4K. All right, got to stop here. It works here. It doesn't work here, though. You can't sell here at the 100. Sell, sell, sell. They stopped you out. With this exact trade plan, in this mode, they stopped you out. But what if you put in sell 1, 2, 1K, 2K, 3K, 4K, 5K, 6K, 7K, 8K, your stops here. You launch that trade plan. And the logic of the market is classic, you know, should be obvious, I guess, not right away. If this is your, this is a big deal apparently. You know, by the way, the same trade plan, that trade plan there works here. Buy limit, 1K, 2K, 4K with a stop, retraces to here, people get out, right? So when you have this hole here, this is the vacuum that's looking to get filled. The looming abyss, you know, for these people on the 1 hour chart. And you put sell limit grid up there. Stop here. How'd that trade work out? I'd say it worked pretty fucking good, right? Because if your worst entry is here, and that is, by here you're selling 8K, comes all the way back, and beyond. Actually, if you stayed through it, if you stayed through that trade, even though you sold here, you're up 20 pips on that ticket. Now, the more precision, so the market's going up and you're saying, I'm selling into that on limit grids. Of course, if you built into some of that a scalp of 20 pips and you took something off the table there, you cash out. Now you got money to throw limits in here to do this move. You cash out. Of course, did you ride this all the way down? Maybe, maybe not. But for me, I'm buying here now. Look, it's up here. I see this. I put in buy limits. Buy a 1K, 2K, 3. Scoop that up. Dump. Sell limits. Sell limits. This sell limit here was filled. I made 30 pips. Right. Sell limit, 20 pips. Sell limit, 20 pips. Sell, and look at the chop. If you're pressing a double click launch, and you're putting in racks here for an hour. You're making money. Is everybody gonna? I wouldn't. So the robot cannot take advantage of this. No way. If I see this, I would launch a. Also, on your desktop, you're trading this thing. You can see this buy limit. You can see this opportunity. You're gonna come back to here. You actually made. If you held this whole swing, this is why. People say, I don't agree with that the swing trading technique. I don't agree with the swing trading. Yeah, because you can't handle being in this drawdown. I get it. But if you buy a 1K, a 2K, a 3K, 4, but you got enough money in the account where you could be buying a 13K down here. Yeah, but the robot. So what I could do, here's the alternative. Here's the alternative. We turn on the robot, a buy-only robot. When this starts to cascade down, he's going to buy 20 pips deep, and he's going to build a position for me with a 100 pip stop. This is a 10 pip grid, so he's going to come in, and he's going to do the dirty work of placing these orders, the labor of placing all those orders. So let's say he's putting in buy limit, buy limit, buy limit. And of course he's martingaling in because if the expirations on these, as the market's dropping, every 4 hours it's going to launch a ticket. So it launches a bank here, and then we move to here. It launches a bank, and it doesn't pick up all those tickets, but it's getting in, and I know the risk. And then when it comes back here and retraces, I can choose to get out, and maybe some of these tickets are losers, but for the most part they're winners. And I didn't have to babysit that. And I'm like right here. We know the sellers have trapped. Well, I guess we have to figure these things out, but we see they trap these people, and they're gonna rip it down. So this is like maybe just before London opens, and I think, you know what, they're gonna fucking punish this thing. Oh man, I know they're gonna drop this market. Let me put on my robot that buys 30 pips deep, 50, 60 pips deep, and I'll turn on the other robot that buys. Or inside there, I can just have it. But you need a separate robot for each timing scheme of the expiration and the launch rate. So the way to get around that is to, instead of having all these separate robots, you have a robot that's going to launch multiple tickets that last a shorter period of time. So you get picked up on some of these. And it could have even cashed out itself already. It will have cashed out of some of itself already. And when do you launch that? So I would, if I thought the market was going up here, and of course after this, I hope people realize this is a buy down here. Like, how long do you think that's going to keep going down? At some point we're going to reverse. Even at the tail end of this, at this point here, I could turn on a robot, or the robot's still churning out these tickets. All the back tests that we just did, you're talking about days and days of back testing. I'm talking about one day that robot makes money, and you're like, dude, good. Thank you. I'm not babysitting this shit. I'm not going to do it. If it's churning away, and then you just have to. It's a that template's running. It's kind of funny because it's like asking somebody to do something, and you're like, not like that. You're close, but you've blown up the account, or you've lost money. Same thing. And it's just too much. It's just, you could see here on the 1 hour chart, if the robot's launching every 15 minutes, it actually made money scalping that. But that's kind of a fluke. That's not as certain as a a total retrace on the dailies here. Zooming out, I can see. So I can see more zooming out. Wait. Let's zoom. Oh, fuck. Let's get a real chart. Let's get a normal chart up here. Okay, so here's a scalp I'm in. All right, so here's a 1 hour chart, right? 1 hour 10 pip. So Asia comes, and does anybody remember this day? But okay, here's the trap, right? They saw this thing's tanking, right? And I'm like thinking to myself, well, this thing's probably gone into Jesus, somebody's bothering me. So probably gonna tank here. You can see the scalpers that now here's with a robot is going to lose money if it's getting into aggressive and the orders last too long, because even though this is a great scalp for people that can see this little zone here, they make their 20 pips, but then yikes, right? Because the abyss is looming. Even here, buying this for this little baby scalp, but this bottom becomes a top, and then like here comes Asia. When I see this and I see this abyss here, so there's two abysses, baby abyss and daddy abyss, but that's for another story. That's for another time. We have this thing, right? And if you're buying this whole for this move and beyond on limits, on the 10 pip grid, martingaling in, you got a 4K down there. It's just obvious martingale works, right? But it doesn't work if you buy a standard lot here and a standard lot here and a standard lot here and you run out of money, right? When you run out of money, that's when it's a problem. So that is the thing. That is the trick. So we need to do that. Here's another one. Here's the so-called lonely wick, giant fractal turnaround point, just like this one, turnaround point. I think the thing that blows people's minds is if you put a sell limit grid up here, and like they just clobbered you, right? Because unless you jump on the 5-minute chart, and you could have traded this on the 5-minute chart and gone long, you got to be asking yourself, I can only trade this. I can only be in the market for 1 or 2 hours because I can't get in here with a 100 pip stop, because look, they'll stop you out. Like you can't just buy here and we're in an uptrend. I think I'll just buy with a 100 pip stop. Okay, that's good. So those kind of things, I don't think they work. What I think works is buy low, sell high. I mean, I know it sounds simple, but how much do you buy? How low is it going? And of course, if you're buying into this as it's dropping, you keep pulling the trigger. I mean, this is, if your rule, and I've said this before, you just buy because it's down on the hour. Anything below here, you start buying. Every bar it's down. How many trades do you have on? I think that's down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12K. Stop buying. Stop buying. Buy this, buy this. With a 100 pip stop, and you're deciding when to get out. You don't have a take profit. You just have a risk. How does that not make money? Selling at the market, every hour it's up above this price or this price. How does that not make money? Sell. Do not sell. Sell. Well, I think you scalped this already, right? Sell, sell, sell. A 3K. You sold a 3K up there. And if you have some sell limits up here, you're short on your limits. If your targets are X, you made X, right? And maybe you didn't ride this this is a glorious move, let's face it. But that's an engulfment. That is auctioned up unfair value. Engulfs. This is the taking out the low of the previous day. That is the engulfment. It's already happened here. But then this more of this tanking, if you have the, and to put a martingale edge on it, so let's do martingale entry at the market. It looks like this. Buy a 1K, buy a 2K, and in 24 and 12 tickets, you're probably up to about 50K by the time you're down here. Oh, that works. Oh, and here's the other thing. The robot, somebody was talking about that they think they could write this robot, but this is the market bot I was talking about. If the market is down, and I wouldn't necessarily talk about this move. The market's down this hard, although that was a 20 pip bounce, but that robot would have a 100 pip stop and it would get stopped out. Because, in other words, the simplest thing it's going to do is say, the market is down 30 pips in 1 hour. Buy at the market with a 30 pip stop to make 30 pips. Up here. You're buying here to make 30 pips with a 30 pip stop because of the volatility. That is another robot that can be running in conjunction with the other one. So he sees a huge move. The filter is this robot will sell if it sees a 60 to 80 pip move with an 80 pip stop. So if it sees it can't be an exact number because it won't get, how often is it going to be exactly 80 pips? But if it goes up 40 to 60 pips, it sells with a 40, 60 pip target. And it makes 40, 60 pips, right? It makes the 40, 60 pips back to here. And this is why the people that run, the no-nonsense Forex people, just can't make that much money because this kind of drama here, up, down, bing, bang. They're on the daily charts, by the way, those people, them. And it's like they're waiting for some, and this is why I think hopefully after all my babbling, can you imagine a guy out there that's got a Fibonacci entry here and it just doesn't get filled? He's like, fuck. So this is the trade I'm into, is the unfair value back to the floor and beyond in golf. That's a goodie. That's a good one. And the show me, I'm trying to erase this stuff. I just noticed this trade. It just popped out at me. The loneliest wick of all. Buy limits here to make a clean. Now, it's not going to the moon. No. Not going to the moon, but look at that ratio. Nice. Any of these kind of, here's the lonely wick, but see how this, fractally speaking, this guy exists in this little world here. So the people that haven't traded before, some guy said on the comments, hey, show me how to trade. Okay, well, I guess I am, but you're like, which trade do I take? Do I do the limits? Do I do the market? Do I stop entry? Do I do confirmation? Do I do non-nonsense forex? Do I do ICT? Oh, by the way, ICT, I want to get ICT order block entries. I think I figured it out. Some guy said to me, you're not as good as ICT. I'm not trying to compete with a guy that's, his whole thing is about, just like no nonsense, it's about the personality of a person. Okay, my personality, I guess, is in my trading, and so the appeal to ICT's appeal is that, I guess, the guru-ness of, I know what's going on behind this, but we all know that when we come up in here into this auction, unfair value, that, yeah, this is the, I guess people are going to say the institutions and all that stuff. And look, they're trapping all the goobers here with the buy steps, right? So he's trying to say, I have inside information, and there are years of this and that, but he's selling a mentorship program to the, and I guess the cringy thing is the fact that it's called, this is what triggered me. Honestly, what triggered the shit out of me was the name of his fucking Inner Circle Trading. Holy fuck me. Inner Circle Trading. Really? I don't know. Wow. Well, I'm going to have Dominion Forex is going to be my, Rig the markets. Dominion Forex for a better fill. Yeah, you can stuff your own ballot box. Yeah, I'm kind of like, gosh, I'm just, it's just too much fun. But because, the no nonsense guy appeals to the, and I think where he got his viewership is because he has a podcast, and a lot of people, I don't even know where to find one. And I guess I want to see stuff, but I get the podcast thing, and that's why people don't care if they don't see a chart, because most of the people, I think this is what's going on. He's on Spotify or something, or he's on some kind of podcast thing, and people are picking this stuff up, and they kind of hear what's going on. So he's in that situation, and I think that's why. And then people, I guess maybe I'm just too rude for people, but they say that's not nice what you're saying there and stuff, and I'm just saying I have an opinion because I've tried those things, the moving average crossover system, and you can just type that into YouTube, and you're going to see gobs of that stuff. Then people say, well, what about this guy? What do you think of this guy? Okay, well, some of these people, what they're doing, and maybe they are trading real money on the side, and they're using their mentorship fees to fund their trades, because you can't really make a lot of money unless you have a lot of money in your trading account. So if you're starting with $500, which is if I ever blow up an account, I put $500 in there, and I make like I don't know, $5,000 or something. So I can retire that account. I trade that account lightly from then on. But if anything should go wrong with the accounts I'm starting, so I start an account with 500, so I start accounts and then I build them and let them go. Right? Got them there. So you can just barely trade that account, or you just take the money out. Because if you could take the money out, leave $1,000 in there. If you can make a $500 account into a $1,000 account, well, then you can take a $1,000 account and make it into a $1,500 account, or into a. But if you start to say, well, I got a $2,000 account, and I'm going to trade it really hard, like if you just keep trading it as if it's a $500 account, like you just did, then you have slow and steady growth, I think they call it. And when I'm doing these demos where I'm kind of showing off, I suppose, or showing what you can do with immense amount of tickets in these, I always say, I'm not trading like I wrote a couple market orders that were so big, I'm like, I would never put on a ticket like this, but it's close. It approaches it, right? If you pull the trigger on a 2 and a 3K at the exact same time in the market, because you're really close to the market, you're looking at the tick chart, you go, no, I'm getting it right here. Yeah, that's going to work, because otherwise you got to hit that button 5 times. You have 2 and 3K stacked up on that one ticket I wrote. I was doing the market there, and it makes money, because if you have also the thing you're going to need is that you may not hit the target on your fantasy trades. So if you're scalping and you want to have a take all profits key, just be like, that's it. It's the top of the hour. Boom. Let's get out. Boom. And then you can get right back in, because you can get in on limits. So I guess my favorite thing to do is to ride the market up, cash out, come in with limits. Maybe not too aggressive, maybe not. Maybe just start selling at this point. So I'm getting better at selling. I wasn't good at selling, and now I'm going to sell more often, because I sold some of these tops at the market, and I noticed that it works, because I can see what's going on. So I'm like, you know what? Let's just sell this thing. Let's sell a lot, and let's just scalp it. And when I see it coming in the buyer's window, because I've been a buyer for years, I go, you know what? I got to get out of this trade I'm in. It's weird because I've been buying for so long that when I see a sell and I take it, I think I'd be buying this right now as it's dropping. So, it's a real perverted thing because now you're actually kind of having to say, yeah, but if you're buying this here, it could probably go lower. I mean, who would buy here? So anytime I'm in a position of any decent size, I have to ask myself, would I go on the other side of this, or am I the guy that's getting trapped, or am I the guy it's the end of the trend, man? Really, you're buying here. Am I in a trap? I see traps on this chart. All looking at this chart, all I see is traps in a way. I see them in the Lonely Wick trap. And let me just turn on the Williams fractals, just so anybody that's not traded, I guess, I don't know who I'm talking to, but I'm going to put in the infamous fractals, which is kind of like another crude view of the market here. And we'll make them silver. Now let's make them white. Make them white so we can see the... So this is just a turning point based on you need 5 wicks to get a signal out of this. Lawn green. All right, then. So this is a 10 pip window, and yikes. Let me refresh that. Let's go to the. So when you're on the 15-minute chart, there's more fractals, right? So the problem with the Williams fractal thing is that time frame is really going to affect how many times it shows up. So we have this fractal here. I'd buy below that, but that's the monthly chart. That's not going to work out. So on the 1 hour chart, we were on the 1 hour chart, but so this is showing me the lonely fractal, right? It's playing it out to me, and it's telling me I should put, for this unfair value entry system, I should start getting in below that. And it is different than, here's the other one. We should sell above this one. It's the loneliest. It's the fractal of fractals, because I'm sure this is a fractal on the daily too. Look how that worked out. Oh, I think this is the IC2 order block. ICT order block, right? It's just this little nook and cranny here. On that 1 hour chart, I don't have to go to the 15-minute to see the IC2 order block. On a daily chart, of course, the problem with that order block thing is you need markets that have consolidated to see the order block, because they don't exist. Where's the order block up here? I guess it's going to be right there, right? This failure swing on the 1 hour. This little, if you put a sell limit on the tops here, in fact, this is the confirmation kind of order block, right? On the 15, you're going to see this come up and retest, tag that, and bag it. But it rips down so hard. So we know we want to buy here, and we make 20 pips. On a predetermined, Asia comes. In fact, we've got limits here. I'm sorry. So here's the limit system. You got a buy limit here on the Williams fractal. You make 20 pips. You got a buy limit here. If you would have hung on to this trade for 2 hours, which is probably just about as long as I want to be in the market for this kind of, especially if I'm martingaling into that, every pip in a 10 pip window, every pip I buy 1K, 2K, 3K, 4K, 5K, or I just put more tickets down there. I make 30 to 40 pips on that. If you have your sell limits in here, you didn't get filled. So you have to take the risk and aggressively sell into this vacuum. You're filled, it comes back, and maybe you do make your 40 pips and then on. So this order block idea is that it's like this kind of shit here. Look at this trap up here, order block, and it's just so harebrained. What this guy talks about, cherry picks like, why are you fucking with these order blocks? Why don't you just buy low and sell high? It's all you want to do is buy low and sell high. But is this trade available right now? The only trade available right now coming into tomorrow is this is the bottom becomes a top, right? What's going to happen Sunday? I'm going to put buy limits down here, and I'm going to wait for a pullback, and I'm going to get at the market. Now, should I put sell limits up here? Oof. Maybe just for that scalp, right? So you'd have a tight entry. Is it worth it to you to put in a 20 pip window? You're selling a 10 pip window, and your exit's going to be down here, but that isn't really very good trade. It's better to have sell limits up here in the lonely wick and get into sells here and more sells here. So you'd have more tickets up here to sell if you make it up there. And these could pend a long time. They could be there all day. This is if you can't get to your platform, by the way, because there's a lot of money to be made on the way to that, if it ever gets up there. But I'm just saying for the stand back away from the market view. So this will be people will be selling here. They'll be selling here like crazy up here, won't they? But we're down here now. What do? Well, there will be a little bit of selling coming here. This is a giant window, so there'd be a lot of activity in there. Is every trade a winner? Is there you have the perfect no? But you're going to make money there. Will it enter this price window, dick around, and then go to new lows? Maybe. But if it doesn't, and you have sell limits in here, the stops here, profits here, that's possible. But what's more possible, and this is where I guess you're kind of getting in the very last tail end, and you're kind of martingaling in, I suppose, without actually getting in. What if you put your sell limit here? Last known lows, sell limit, sell limit, sell limit. You know, it's good enough reason of any. This pivot is already come and gone. We've ricocheted off. This is the threshold to get above. Now, the confirmation people will say in videos, and I watch a lot of Forex videos where people are so shy about trading that they literally say stuff like, if it takes this out, I'll consider getting in on a pullback. You should be long right now. I'm sorry, but you should have bought here at the market a 1K, a 2K, a 3K. You're in a 6K right now, and you're waiting for it to get to here. You're going to get out, or you're waiting for it to just get to here. You're going to get out, or you bought on limits down here and fresh lows. So when you see as the market's dropping, I see a new low. I put a buy limit here, scalp. I see a new low, buy limits, scalp. New low, buy limits. I'm long right now on this pocket of new lows. I'm underwater right now on this ticket because I bought that whole thing. Now, I could have scalped it out there, right? Because when it came down in here, there was a scalp in there and there was another scalp. And actually, every hour, I can put in these. It's no sweat. I can do it. I wouldn't let the robot do this. This is too minutia. The robot can do these giant, where it's got sell limits up here all day long and it captures this stuff. That's going on in the background, but I'm not about to think that my robots, you could write a minutia bot that's going to do what's going on here, which is complex, high probability, and easy to make money. We've made a new low. Are we going to keep going down? Yeah, you could sell here at the market. In fact, if you are, you could probably make some money. It closed up. Sell. You could have sold last night at the market and be up on this trade when we open tomorrow. It could gap down. It's going to be wild. Maybe on the open, but then the rest of the month, next month is going to be pretty smooth sailing because of the shock and awe of the NASDAQ and everything that's going on out there. So that's called the wealth effect. I think they call it because when people are getting killed on one trade, they're going to get out of something else to cover the margin, and you kind of see all the markets come unwrapped simultaneously. And this is the Dow Jones 4-hour chart. So this is what I was talking about. This is when I heard it was up 400 points, and look at this cute little doji, abandoned baby practically. But look at all these. Doji means low volatility, and of course for the breakout traders. And I'm not saying you can't do this trade, but I'm already short on this thing. If it's coming up like this, and when I see it quiet down, I'm probably going to get into the market, but it's not to say you can't do this, and you can do a trailing stop entry, and I did it with real money, and I made money. No, it does work. It's a different mindset, and I think here's where expiration is really critical. If you put a sell stop here, and it lasts for an hour, this is the 4-hour chart. Let's say it lasts for 4 hours. Sell stop, you hit a button or you place it, sell stop, 4 hours, sell stop. And here's where you would martingale in also. This is kind of a different kind of martingale. This is a 1K, cancel, replace, put in a 2K, cancel, replace. So as it goes up, you just keep putting more and more sell stops in there, okay? You don't want to pick the top? Gotcha. I've got sell limits here that have been filled because I'm selling new highs. This is the candle, sheared candle, bullish candle. Now dojis. Oh, geez, it's like it's paused or something. The simplicity of this move, this is such a dramatic move, pip or point-wise, that I'm just using this as a fractal example of what goes on. Look at this beautiful bottom becomes a top on the 4-hour. And the sellers come in and just rape it below the floor. And once we take this out, forget about it, right? There's a couple scalps in there, by the way. Here's another one on Dow Jones. All markets are the same in this sense. This is the 4-hour. We have our buy limits here with our good ratios. We scalp into the floor for the scalp, ride it out. Well, don't quite engulf, though. No engulf. Another sell limit right up here, nice and tight. I mean, placing the sell limits up here because the buy stops would have got you trapped up here, and I think that's why people are they try that entry and they're like, oh, that doesn't work. I put a buy stop here and just a confirmation. I'm waiting for it to go up, and if she went up, a buy stop. Oh, god damn it. Here I guess your buy stop works, but if you do cancel replays, buy stop, cancel replays, keep putting a bigger ticket in. Yes, you get picked up, but according to stop entry rules, you got to have a cover, a stop there. You're risking a lot, but you made money. And here you get picked up in the flow. So the reason why it would work up here is because with small candles, you could run a breakout system. But nobody's going to put a sell stop here, even though I know people are going to say, I got filled. Look, I made money. If this sell stop never expires, but if these expire every hour, I'm just talking about how to maximize money. Because if you're going to get in that technique, sell stop, it lasts for 4 hours. It disappears. 4 hours disappears. You don't want this here. Even though that makes money, you don't get late. You want to take that 1K and make it into a 4K up here. So it starts to compress. Your trade sizing, trade plan is changing based on what's going on. Not to mention, you could do all three of these. You could have a sell stop here. You could have a sell stop. You have sell limits up here. You're selling at the market every time it's up. You sell, you sell, you sell. You got 3K. But this is why I think it's not that people are saying, well, wait a minute. Which is it? Is it a sell stop? Which one should I do? Do all three if you want. I would say I prefer to only do market and if my limits don't get filled, I get in at the market. If I see they fill these limits and it's not big enough size for me and I go, oh, this is going to be sweet, I'm going to sell at the market. It's too much work to... Now, this is a robot. Could do this, cancel replace. It would be doing cancel replace. In other words, if you just run a constant... I haven't tried that yet, but... Actually, that's not going to work. It would have to... Well, yeah, it does work. So where the market's at right now, the market closes here. At the end of 4 hours, it puts a sell stop in. Okay, I got you. That could work. But I don't know if you'd trade both sides of that scheme, because if you put buy stops up here, you get trapped. If you just trade the sell limit only, you have to pick a side there. I don't think, because you can't do... You get a little trapped up there, but I guess you make it back on the downside. Now, I'd be long the Dow Jones right now. I'm long waiting for it to retrace to here. It may not happen. So on the 1 hour chart, this 4 hour chart's very smooth and really easy to... It's like a dream. It's like, wow, look at that. That's beautiful top. But if you go to the 1 hour chart, it's going to look a little bit brutal. So that's going to be... Now we got to zoom out to see that top, that glorious top. And here you see the perfect structures on the 1 period moving average. It's closing prices. Buyers come in, bottom becomes a top, becomes a bottom. People buy. Oh, it's going up. It's going up. Oh boy, the air's kind of thin up here. This is mind blowing. This is a record high in the Dow Jones at the end of the year in 2020. Biden administration is in office. And they take it up here. And what are people? This has got to be just nothing but a short squeeze for all the hedge funds that are short. They're just like, well, we got stops in here. We got buy stops in case it goes too high. And that's a different kind of stop, right? They go, oh, it's too much for us. They get out as they unfold the position. It goes up, and people are like, well, what about that top become a bottom thing? Maybe I should get in here. I can show you the failures of this one approach system is just never going to do it. So if you say, look at that breakout. I'm going to buy at the breakout of confirmation. When it comes back to here, I'll buy. It's going up more. Top become bottom. But look at this beautiful entry. Buy limit here. Buy limit here. Scalp. Buy limit here. Scalp. Buy limit there. Scalp. A lot of great scalps in there. But sure, if you work hard and you do all these things and accept the fact that you're not going to win all the time, but you're really doing great trades, that you're going to make money. I know there's no doubt you're going to be able to make money. And you still got to, but it's not like heavy lifting. It's going to be mental and mouse work, but yeah, so right now, and that was a beautiful scalp there. This is all the way retrace the floor, and not on the closing prices, but I'm sure on the 30-minute chart you can see it. So as you drill down to the, you can see here you can make, so how did that trade play out, right? You bought everything below here. You made it back and then some. Your exit had to be here at the last known low. The very bottom. Okay, let's see here. This would have been your exit. And it went beyond that. And of course, for the sellers in the kind of the in-between inner circle world, it's like here. I guess this is the IC2 order block or something. Selling up in this, like this little catch here, vacuum. In a downtrend. Right, so if you're running a, if you're looking to place trailing sell limits up here, or for the confirmation entry people, what they're doing here is they're saying, oh, it's in a downtrend, I think, and I'm just kind of afraid to get filled. So what I'm afraid that it's not, for this trade to make money, a stop entry has to take off, breakout. Market's quiet. Let's put in the sell. This is the ATR breakout system somebody asked me about. Yes, it works as long as the ATRs are small when you start to trade breakouts. You can't trade a breakout of this. But this is a nice clean break. It never makes a newer high. It breaks down and it just washes out. Nice break out there. Not to say somebody like me is not short here on limits. Sell, sell, sell limits. You're getting in here a little late, but confirmation. I'm already short because I'm selling up. And I'm also selling at the market. I love selling at the market when it's up big. I got a ticket with a big stop. I love to lock that in. I guess that's the gratification of trading, is trading at the market. The pendings are kind of a passive kind of reward system. You don't feel the gush of excitement of it's up like this, sell. And you know you're in this trap, you know. And just a little bit more. 2 sells in there. And then buy it back, buy it back. All in the space of few 6 hours there, you know. It's amazing. So I think if you have your tickets ready to go, you got your sell at the markets, got your limits, and the reason I'm leaving the stops out of it, it's too much work, you know, and it's too confusing. And if those orders are lingering, you see that the market's gonna do something, and you're like, oh God, gotta get that ticket out of there. It's like that's too much, and too much whipsaw. But some of these things have to play. I mean, everything has to play out. You don't know what's going to happen in the future. Now, I'd be long right now. I would have scalped to this. This would have been the scalp, and we're probably coming to here, and this looks like an obvious place to put Solomons in. You know. Now you may want to place them in, see what happens. Maybe you don't get filled. So when we come to this floor here, this would be the so since I'm always scaling in, you know, I'm always got like it's always a 1K situation. This is the Dow, so I would be saying stuff like, what do I do now in the Dow? Got my sell limits up here. If they don't fill, we come to the floor here, I'll sell one. If they keep coming up, I'll sell every hour it goes up. That's all there is to it. And then I think it's going down in the long run. But what if I bought so much here on a limit and I scalped there that I made, or I'm already long right now, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm just going to trade this from the long side. When we get to this window, then I'll place the orders. I'm just saying for people that have a day job and they see this low in the middle of the night and they go, I could buy here and here, 1K, 2K, and I could have the targets already in. I'm out. I'm in, I'm out. I didn't know what happened. I wasn't there to see it. Yeah, I know there's this beautiful structure pattern here where we do the classic, what is it? This is the 30-minute chart. So, bomb becomes a top here, but not on the 1 hour necessarily. Not nice and clean like that. And for the people on the half-hour chart, yeah, if you're putting sell limits in here and then down, you're trading really heavy, you got stops here. That's a great trade because look at your ratios. Even if you cashed out only to here, but when you get below here, you know you're in the buyer's window. They're going to be gobbling that up for a rip back to here, just like if we go down sunny and go down low, buy, cash out. If we consolidate here, but I think it's kind of shocking. I mean, fundamentally, how can stocks be so high when, well, I guess it's all relative to the last move, but you know how, and then crude oil, and you're going to bomb Syria, and it's like, what? Something's got to get a big hit in it. Something's going to get smacked to death here, like this Canadian dollar that got destroyed, right? And I said this would be the great buying opportunity for a bunch of scalps underneath supports. We took out the daily, so we finally did it, right? Does anybody remember this situation that was setting up? Oh, it was already there, right? That we knew this low on the big structures. Look at that climax up there. That's when that Coronaville up there. So this was the big, scary, and we're still not back. You know, we're still not back to this. We took this out. There was a scalp just before it tanked. And here's your top become a bottom on the weekly charts, if you're into that time frame. But you don't have to be, because if you bought a basket, a crop of orders below here, and that was the cash out to support. You bought there, you cashed out, put more buy limits in, and got a nice thing here, more buy limits here. So this was the buy on limits on the Canadian dollar. You're up and out, and it's going beyond, right? Sell limits here now. So I can see easily where all my sell limits would go. But if I'm actually going to sit down and trade this and I guess scalp it if you can with this spread, but I'm going to come in and imagine you could, because the Canadian dollar is a pretty big mover. On the other time frame, so go to the a 50-minute chart. So this is a nice time frame to scalp. Anyways, I forgot what I was saying, but because so if I see that trap down there, right, and I go, that was a weekly chart we were looking at, by the way. So I'm trying to look disorientated there. Okay, so here's the abyss, right? And look how we've engulfed the abyss. So at the same time, the pound is going through the ceiling, the Canadian dollar is going through the floor. So in the first breach of this window, it's kind of, you can see that the opportunity to buy in the vacuum is pretty good. I gotta get a template on here with a grid on it. So I'm put the 10-pip grid on here. It might be kind of insane, but we're gonna do it because it's a pound. But oh shit. This is just gonna. I don't have a grid. Wait, I don't have a. I'm on a different broker, so oh well. Some stupid EA here. Wait. Gosh. Okay, this is a 50 pip and a 100 pip grid here, so that's close enough. I think this is a 100 on this big one. This is the 50-yard line. So this will give you a kind of idea of the risk. All right, so that's the 100-yard line. And the big green or brown color blind. So when we dip into that window, we can see the first dip below, we touch this. Here's a scalp, and then new lows. So this is a gold mine as far as I'm concerned, because this is an engulf of this area. It makes a new low. People are freaking out. They're like, oh my God, it's going down. That's the contrarian entry down here, scalp to here or whatever, but it actually engulfs it. Every time it makes a new low, you got your sell limits waiting to be triggered there. I mean, your buy limits waiting to be triggered down here in this window. Right, that's your capture window, and you scalp there. And if you go rocketing down like this, this is when the real bottom drops out of the bigger, deeper structures that go way back in time. So this is you flip to the 4-hour chart, and I rewrote this. It changed because I rewrote the, the color scheme on that. The original template had a different. So when you save the template, you're saving the graphics in a way. So you refresh it, it changes like this. So this is 100 pips on the big line and 50 pip thing there. So you got to be careful, because on the dailies, you see that. Oh gosh, gotta zoom in here. This is that floor I was talking about. So anything below this 100 was just psychotic, right? But inside of this, you could have got on the train for the retracement, or you could have just scalped the craziness down here, because I mean, that's a 100 pip, 150 pip window. And if you go, so you're looking at here, that's the breach of that. it was pretty quick and dirty, wasn't it? So you really couldn't. You had to be on to take advantage of this in this kind of confirmation thing. You had to be on the what am I doing? That's the 4-hour chart. So that was two. You really couldn't look at that. It's 200 pips off the 200 pip trade off that new lows, and the best causes a reaction to go the other way. And so if you come back into this the sell limits, unless you put a 100 pip stop on this, you're gonna get crushed, right? If you sell when this is coming back up in, using the same idea, selling this vacuum, yeah, this is probably going to back off, come back to here, you can make money. But right now, unless you martingaled in where you sell 1K, 2K, 3K, 4, you're really in this, and it doesn't feel good because you're probably underwater on these tickets. But in this scheme, just like if you bought down here, you bought a 1K, a 2K, and you're ready to buy a 3K. When you buy this 1K and it keeps going down, you're like, that don't feel good. But that's the swing traders, that's what they can handle, you know. Here's a beautiful example of a new low on the weeklies. Took out the week. Wow, what a move, huh? There's another beautiful entry, sell limits here. So all day long. In multiple markets, and you could set all those trades up, walk away, and dude, it's you know the risk. You got a 50 pip stop. You're buying here. You're going to buy more down here. Put your orders closer together down here because this is a key level. And these orders never got filled. They didn't get filled till here. I mean, you wouldn't even bother, right? How far away? So how far away? How many orders and all that stuff? That's going to be, even if you trade these different techniques, you know, it's all up to you. I can't give anybody I can't fix the problem that I think if this wasn't a problem, the feeling of being in a losing trade, so to speak, buying everything below here for 50 pips, it's tough. I mean, you buy here, you're like, I'm running out of margin. I'm losing money. You combine that with it's down hard 4 hours buy, or you're just content with waiting for this thing to fill. It's going to take all day. This is the 4-hour chart. So you come into Sunday, it falls out of bed, you gobble that up. And you could probably even get on the 15-minute train here and buy some pullbacks and scalp real heavy, ride it up and be like, I'm out. I'm good. So I like those trades. Now I'm not into this 100 period moving average. Let's look for sells. Really? I don't think so. Anyways, that's it. I just want to go over the stuff here. Every day's so next week it's going to be a whole nother. I think this could back off, and if I was trading the Canadian dollar, which I'm not, spread's not that great, and I can't trade everything. I can't just I just focus on one thing and just one thing at a time. But obviously, if you put buy limit pendings in here, 25 pips apart, just with your right mouse click, just good old fashioned sell limit, right? Just good old fashioned buy limits here, right? Buy limits right there. Don't need a script. Just need an account, buy limit, put them in. They start crushing down. Well, you're not going to make money off this tick unless it hits this and goes up. So maybe you do a cancel replace. It's coming down, and this is the point of the robot, is that every 4 hours it's going to keep launching that buy limit scheme. So I could actually come into, and I probably will do it basically looking at this chart. I can turn off the sell leg of my buy limit bot, and I can run it on this Canadian dollar. I actually want to see what that does. Now this is taking the robots and directing them to do specific chores and stuff, because we don't want to do this stuff ourselves. We don't want to babysit this and think. We know there's going to be a good buy here for a bounce because we expect it to come back. Also, so to be more custom about it, if I did run a sell bot on this, because I see this vacuum's huge up here, I may run a different sell bot that's going to capture a window up here. Where the buy bot, I would say coming into Sunday, is going to be a little snugger because so after a big move like that, like here, if this was up here right now, I'd be like, let's put the buy limit bot in. Let's capture this stuff and do these trades, because the sell limit bot, it's probably not going to fill, and why bother? I know what I'm looking for. If a big move like this, I put in the buy limit bot, he's buying this crap. He makes money here. Finally, right? He buys all this shit up. In the meantime, interwoven, so you can make the buy limit bot only more complex and risk more tickets, because, and you can make it a more complicated little scheme there. And the testing of the robot is proof that that scheme works, not that you could run that thing nonstop for 20 years of data and say, oh, this is what I'm doing. Look it. No, it's just not even close. It's a structure-based implementation, because if the market's here and I'm like, dude, turn on the buy limit bot and let's start having that thing. I'm at work. Let's start putting in buy limits. And maybe it has outlandish targets up here, and you're just going to, let that bitch go. And if it is my fair value bot, my famous fair value bot, it's going to be doing this trade, right? We can already see the trade it's going to do because we know what goes on. Is that right here? Oh shit. Oh yes, turn on that buy bot. Is that he's getting in, and you don't have time to watch this market. You're trading something else, say. And you're like, I ain't got time for that. I don't babysit that shit. You see this wick up here? This 4-hour chart. So right here, here's Sunday night. And the market rallies. And I go, wow. Let's buy in pullbacks. I turn on the buy bot. He starts to pick up stuff here. And maybe he's putting in orders. Now, you can see right here, you got to run that 100 pip bot to capture that. And every 4 hours, and that way what's happening is that they're coming in different levels, And you can test the trade plan, You're not back testing data to find the holy grail, because it just doesn't exist. It's impossible. Look at this chart. Really? What does exist and is worth a lot of money, sell limit here. Now, I'm presupposing you have the patience. This is the 4-hour chart. You sell limit here, you get captured here. It's a trap breakout on the weekly, right? Because this is the weekly chart. This slot is a week. You hold that trade till it engulfs to here. A perfect engulfment. I couldn't do it. I could not do it. What I do is, if I was going to trade this thing, because I couldn't wait a week to get paid on that. Oh, my target was hit, and I know those people exist, and I can't be that guy, and I don't know how they do it. I don't have the patience, and I don't have the time to lock up that much margin and all that drama. How about this? How about this idea? You're short on limits here. You get out. You know the buyers are going to come in. Besides, the rule's safe. It's down to 4 hours buy. So that means you got to get out of your shorts, because that's called buying. And then you buy back in shorts, and then you could sell this rally. There's a bottom become a top in the 4 hour. There's not a better setup in the world, but you can't run a tight stop. Bottom becomes a top. There ain't a better setup in the world. Bottom becomes a top. They trend trade. This is a whole trend all the way to the engulfment. So if you're selling here to get out here, look at all the pips you could make from both directions in this top become a bottom, because on the other side of that trade is a bunch of people making money. I'm only speaking of the winners here. The winning trades. When that trade's making money, how does it make money? Well, that's not going to work, is it? I just blew out the graphics. But So this perfect trend, I call this a perfect trend. This perfect structure ride. Bottom becomes a top. Sell. Sell. It's a clockwork. The whole week. I guess I call it trend week. But this blistering move here. Meanwhile, how about this trade? It's going on inside of that trade. Let's zoom in one level. Zoom in one level and take a look at it. And this to me is so, changes the whole orientation of the whole thing. This is a 4-hour chart. And the world looks totally different zoomed in like this. I think I lost my section of the trade though. I zoomed in too far, but when you zoom, this is a whole different view, you know. That's about the cleanest trend I've ever seen. And I think that trend is created by, or that perfect structure ride of topping and bottom is created by the fact that people got to get out of that trade, you know. Where if they bought that bottom, they got to get out. That's the pivot. That's why the top becomes a bottom. You bought here, thinking it's going to go to the moon. It goes up, it goes down, you're wrong, it comes back, you get out. You're like, holy shit. And once you get, so on the buy side of that, inside of that, you're going to have people that are doing this trade and making money. They buy this order block, scalp it. They buy here, this whole area, and that's why there's all that franticness. Then they buy here on limits. They never rode that trend down. Or maybe they did. Like I'm selling here, but they got to know there's something, that this is really a supply zone or demand zone, you know. Rips all the way up. If you have sell limits here, you scalp that. Sell limit here, you scalp that. Sell limit there, you scalp that. Or you're getting into a position to go the other way. From the market standpoint, as soon as it gets above here, every time it closes above there, sell. They're locking that in at the market. Sell, sell. There's no more sells in there. Now, you could sell here, obviously, in the 1 hour chart. Obviously, the scalpers are riding that down. This is 4 hour chart. Scalpers are making a mint riding that. Selling every rally on the 15 is a no-brainer there. It's up 15, sell. But since I'm trading 1K, I can do it. Right like this. It's up, sell. It's up for every 4 hours. It's up, sell. And actually, you can run tighter stops. So here's the other rule. If you're selling at the market in a quiet market, run tight stops. If you're selling at the market in a loud, volatile market, trade with wide stops. Because you're looking to make more money. When the market goes up this hard, it's going to pull back hard. Up hard, pull back hard. When it's volatile, up hard, pull back hard. You can buy this at the market. You don't need a trend. If you're going to range trade it like this, you're going to just say stuff like, it's down, buy. All right, it's up, sell. Anyways, I hope that helps. I gotta go get some food here, but that's what we're doing, you know. Don't have to predict the market. Don't have to back test 20 years of data to know that a 20 pip stop is still gonna cost you $2 on a 1K, and a 20 pip target is still gonna make you, assuming no spread, $2. You're actually gonna risk 220 to make 18, really. I mean, if you have a strict stop written like that. Because you got to make up that spread or whatever it is. But yeah, that's what we're doing. And it's just amazing, these markets, aren't they? So extreme. Such a vicious, the Canadian dollar, my God, man, how vicious does it get? Here's the infamous dollar yen. So here's the trend line. So this is the swing trade. This is coming down the path here, and how long is this going to keep dropping? You know. I got my. So this is people. This is why people swear by the trend line. Look, it broke out. It's about breakout. See? And of course, I think the trend lines I used to draw, and I still could, you know, it's just people want to have that for confirmation. But I look at the markets vertically. I know these trend lines when I was doing them for a kind of a confirmation, or just to say, oh yeah, that thing can't keep going down forever. Stuff like this. I'm putting my trend line in like this. Oh, we just broke that trend line. Like, how hard can that keep going down? Somebody thought I was doing Gann fans, but I'm just keep drawing the line in tighter and tighter on the latest trend. So even here, you know, look at this. It's just so insane. Then I thought, no, how about I just buy down here when it's like making a new low, you know, on the dollar yen. So all markets are the same in the sense. What if I just buy here in this 20 pip window? Man, that's a good trade. How about if I buy here? Oh, that's even better. And that engulfment. And then you have sell limits up here, you know. What's the next trade? Well, sell limits up here, obviously, because this is ridiculous. And buy limits maybe down here. These have a long time to get filled. And here's another one. I would launch the buy bot here. Because at least I know when I see the problem when I ran this thing, I saw it was filled on the Euro versus Australia, and I thought, but what direction? Gosh, I'm selling it? I guess it's making money, or it's just about to get stopped out. And I thought, there's got to be a better way to think about this, because if I do sell above here, there kind of have to be scalps, where if I buy down here, I can put a broad range in, and so the name of the template should be the name of the bot, so I can kind of know what I'm running. And of course, the one problem is that the robots, if you relaunch it or you compile it on the fly, so I did some edits, and here's another problem, is that I was running a robot and I did some changes to the system, and of course it refreshed the whole thing and started a robot all over again. So I had stacks of orders in there, and I didn't want that much exposure to risk. So there's exposure to risk, which is a risk of value, and then there's some guy was talking about crude oil, and he said that some guy said that there was a short in crude oil, and here I'll show you the crude oil trades that I think these are, this is the daily, and I don't think it's worth making these predictions that crude's going to sell off or something, even though it does. And this is the $10 handle. That just selling new highs there. And of course, for the trend traders, just buying every pullback. Only one chance to get on the pullback there. Isn't that amazing? One chance on the daily crude. Wow. Here was a nice sell. Of course, the air is getting very thin up here. Here's a nice once-in-a-lifetime triangle setup. And people talk about these patterns and trade patterns. I don't know. Trade patterns is kind of silly, because are you really waiting for this triangle to set up? Oh, yeah, it's confident. There's a flag. Okay, if that's what you need. I don't think it's going to fit for me. I don't think I'll be able to do that trade, but even though this does exist, I look at this as a lack of volatility, breakout. And the breakout traders are going to go, wow, turtle traders making money here. Consolidation, whatever that, you know, it's just lack of volatility. Breakout run. Oh my God. Breakout run. And then, oh my God, man, look at this thing. Yeah, crude oil is out of control. Let me zoom out. Look at the bigger picture. All right, here. This is going to be the weekly chart. Wow. Totally retraced that whole move. Here's when crude was getting annihilated, went below zero. Okay, so we got that. We got the dollar. And gold, I kind of had this nice trade I was running in my mind on gold, and it set up nicely. It actually worked out because I said gold looks like it's going to get hammered here, and gold really on this daily chart. Here was the weekly chart. And I was like, wow, man, this is a buy for gold, right? And I would be buying gold below this wick. That's a buy. Come on. Who's not buying here? And you're in, and this is a great time to buy gold. It's kind of funny that gold went down, and the dollar went down, and yeah, gold's retested the highs. And is this it? Are we done on gold? Everybody's in Bitcoin now. Look at this. From the standpoint of the bears on gold, they are making so much money right now because they contrarianly got in here at the top, and they're just geniuses about that. They sold up here. They're like, and what did you say about gold? You're bullish, were you? Of course, withstanding the wicks up here. And we could still drop a little more on gold here, but the scalpers are going to scalp to that floor on the monthly. They're going to do it. Well, maybe we've got a bear market here going, but I think a lot of people cash out there. Volatility here too on gold, especially after it popped above that. The internal high. This is the this internal high here. Frantic, right? This window. This is also the sell window. And you're up on every trade. The aggressive trader sells this whole thing and beyond. And they gobble that up. Plus they sell every month it's up. In this zone. Every month it's in this zone. Sell. So that's the rule, because if you are below this, you buy at the market. If your limits didn't get filled down here, and then see when it came down there and then to the floor out, and then here's an engulf. Another buying opportunity to buy in this little cove. This is a little cute. Remember this, the gold days? Remember 2000 and, does anybody remember 2006? God, it was so nice back then. Oh. There's your top become a bottom alley. So if you saw the market here, put buy limits in. Here I'm going to run sell limits. If I see it down, that's for the trend traders, because they're going to get back. They're going to get on that thing. Anyways, that's 4 hours of torture for you. I'll put a link to this ticket launcher, and you can have fun with that, I suppose.